Well, good morning. Thursday, the 27th of August, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Seems so weird here now. It's just the chat's disconnected. And I must have had an internet problem last night. Anyway, hold on a second here. It seems to be okay. All right. Yeah. Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything captured on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, which to do with futures anyway. And that completes the recording. So it's a completely unedited, raw, minutely detailed capture, a real-time capture of my trading. And I stream it to YouTube so that I have more accountability, and it is one other thing about YouTube. I'm sorry, I'm watching if my stuff is working here. It doesn't look like it is, but making sure the stream started and those things. I'm not sure what's going on. I had a data problem when I woke up this morning. Rithmic had dropped out sometime in the night, around midnight or something. Looks like we're working okay now. Anyway, so one of the nice parts about Rithmic and about streaming this to YouTube is I can review the stream on any device. And since these streams are 7 hours long, I'm certainly not going to be standing here at my desks, to review the stream when I want to review my journal. So that's pretty handy. It's also fully transparent, makes it fully transparent and fully accountable. Now, briefly, I only trade live. I only trade real time. And I always trade every trade on the live stream. There are no trades ever off the live stream, and they are executed here on Bookmap. Having said that, then, it's important to note that none of this stream is for financial or trade advice, because I'm not licensed to do that. You can lose a lot more money than you thought. Past performance is not indicative of future results, all of those things. So please read the disclaimer in the description. Now, carrying on a little further to that, though, I will say that here in IRT, this is where I develop strategies, do the homework, back testing and forward testing to develop expectancy and, a statistically vetted trade setups which I can trade, and that's done by me here. But any of these trades that are executed by the computer and visualized here on these charts are in the IRT simulated environment. Obviously, I'm not going to be, I've got an idea, let's see if that works, and then use real money. That'd be pretty stupid, right? But both of these platforms are driven by live Rithmic data, the same live Rithmic data feed. So there's no, this is live in real time, but it's not trading live to the outside world. It's within this simulated environment, unlike Bookmap, which is trading to the outside world. Stand by one here. Making sure everything's working here this morning. It wasn't when I came in. I had downloaded, re-downloaded both data feeds and stuff. Okay, so that's where we are. Now let's get on to the world. We've had a initial jobless claims, kind of a short news cycle this morning. Thank goodness. Initial jobless claims and and continuous jobless claims. They say they're okay, but last time it was revised. Who knows? So we'll see what happens. as of course, and they're busy having the Jackson Hole Symposium. So how exciting that is! Good for them. Beautiful. I lived in that country where I grew up. Beautiful country. So this is investing.com. Oh, excuse me. It is my go-to old-fashioned news source because I like the format for, basically it's simple, it's straightforward. They only deal with real economic events and calendars. I like it for screen capturing and putting into Discord or wherever. You can filter for wherever you are. It's free, and I always keep it that way so anybody coming through the stream can have access to the same resources. And you can do a lot of stuff with it. First of all, notice how the event title changes to a URL when you hover over. So if you don't know what the Jackson Hole Symposium is, you can click that link and find out everything you want to know. That's pretty handy. And they don't cloud this up with non-traditional economic or policy events. It's non-farm payroll, FOMC, GDP, jobless claims, all those kinds of things. That's not somebody's going to have a tweet or somebody's going to have signing some orders or something like that. Those things can have real impact on the market, but I like this to be clean when I'm thinking about the schedule ahead of me. Financial Juice, on the other hand, is the other one. You can also filter for wherever you are. Their calendar will oftentimes pull in, if they catch it in time, non-traditional economic events, which may have present a risk to the auction. Trump's going to speak. And that's not a political comment, but if you don't know that he could have a huge impact on our auction, then you have been living in a lovely world. I would like to find out where that is and go there. I'm so sick of this bullshit. I can't even stand it, and the fact that you don't. Well, anyway, so, and on the right side over here is a Squawk Box, which pulls the live events pretty much into the market. Let's look at the pre-market now that I've got my data back up. Well, you can see the profile from the overnight. That's about as balanced as you're going to want to get. They couldn't quite get down to the close yesterday. Well, let's see here. What did they do? They did just about get there. There is the close for the RTH from yesterday. So they just tapped into it by a little smidge right here, over here, and now we're up above it. So it's another gap opening. I'm getting pretty tired of those too. Anyway, this is IRT. It's my old trusty. Not very trustworthy anymore. It's having big lag problems because of the huge data feed. This is an older program, and it's not designed to multi-thread, and it's having a real problem dealing with all of the data. Anyway, enough. Moving on. One thing about it, if you look in the header of any chart, you will see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session, so you'll never be lost. This is the micro tab, micro ES, NQ, micro ES, micro composite chart, which is my high time frame view. And this is market profile. I do not change market profile from ES to MES, but I do change it from sessions. And then this is the minis tab, same exact idea. See, I've just got everything loaded back up since the big Rithmic dropped out. And Rithmic doesn't reconnect. You've got to do that manually. That is one kind of a thing about that issue, I guess you could call it. So, micros. Well, yesterday's RTH today's ETH based on, oh boy, NVIDIA is going to save the world. Going to bottle sunlight and give everybody gold and who knows what. We'll see. This is the MNQ, and this is the high time frame chart. So let's look at this. And again, the MES 1 day candlesticks, and it's the daily session. So each one of these candles represents one full RTH trading session. And wherever that price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates the micro composite VPOC right here. High and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines on here, and the values for which are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices. So here is yesterday's RTH session. Thank you, NVIDIA. Session prices. Let's see what we've got for volume so far. Ooh, looky there. This was 38 the other day. Now it's 127%, and we got 3.5 points ATR in a 5-minute bar. Wow, 127% volume. That's a lot. Or you've also got to think about the way this works is this is based on the average volume looking back over the past 20 previous trading sessions at this time of day. So there's that. Then we have something. What do we have? Here we have Bookmap. Okay. Now this looks like it reloaded okay. Here's Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. My thinking is, if I can glance to the left and see that line right there, and I know that this is the real inside live market, there can be no question that I have a firm understanding of the context for the session. What is the context? Pop, lower lows, lower highs, and lower lows. So that's how I do it. This is Bookmap. This is the micro composite chart column where I enter these values. Jesus, and here we are somewhere else again now. Enter these values manually. These are where the high and low volume nodes will push when we get there. Let me show you a picture of some. There you go. There's one. And then this is the full session volume profile. This will started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and delta. They'll reset at 8:30. The statistics column, which is very important to me, start with the statistical open type, and then we'll get the statistics for the associated session prices. These are the session prices, which push from Bookmap or IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full level 2 at all prices, resting liquidity or limit orders. This is ask and bid. Session prices. There are no indicators on my Bookmap or IRT, except the only thing you could arguably say was an indicator is the VWAP, because they're calculated. There are POCs, which are nothing more than the price at which the most contract have traded in the session so far. And the minute one of these other prices trades one more contract, this is going to move there. Easy. There is a IB high and low, which are nothing more mysterious than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. I'm not sure who decided that would be called initial balance. Probably Pete Stottlemyre, because it comes from market profile. Anyway, and there's a mid for the RTH and a Globex low, and there you go. Now these levels that you see over here, I push from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. For example, if you remember early in this pre-market, I talked about how I develop strategies over here. Well, and this machine, come on, the machine will trade them, and the values here and the levels that it will use, I push to Bookmap, and also the GEX levels I push over to Bookmap, so that when I want to execute in the live market, I have the same levels to execute off of over here. There you go. Now, okay, what else? Let's do the statistics. So the next thing we need to do is determine the statistical open type, and there's only 4. And it's real simple. There's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there it is. So it would be higher. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. So at this moment, we would be higher out of range. And I hate these days when we're just flip-flopping right around the cusp here, because then that means I got to redo my statistics a time or two. But anyway, we're going to change the title to higher out of range, because that's what it is so far. And the reason I changed that title is purely selfish. When I look at a screen snap or the stream, I only look at that title. I know I change it every day accurately, so I will know exactly what the open type, what open type we had. The next thing we need to do is delete these notes from yesterday and put in the new ones for today. Boop. And they come from right over here. There was yesterday. IRT will, conveniently highlight the correct open type in blue, and it changes any levels which have been revisited by price in that session from black to blue. So you can see it was a pretty wide sweep on that session. Here's where we are today, but they only do that, they only update the open type after 8:30. That doesn't help us now. So here we've determined it's a higher out of range momentarily, and the way the system works is also very simple. Like everything else I do, it looks back at the most recent 1,859 trading days. Of these trading days, excuse me, we opened higher in range. 24% of them are 457 days. Of the days we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.1%. Overnight volume point of control. And that's all there is to it. And I'm just going to zoom right down the list now, and I'm going to go to the overnight high and then the mid, and on we go. 74.6 is the overnight mid, and I think you're going to discover that's right there. Yeah. Where did the mid go? Oh, I'm sorry. Overnight high is 74.6. Overnight mid is 66.3. Better get the right thing there, huh? Overnight high is up here, and that is 74.6. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to need the close and the previous high and all of these, and we're just going to run right down the list here. Previous high is 64.6. Where'd the close? There we are, 47.5. Wow, overnight low is right below us here. Where the hell? Overnight low is 35.4. Wow. This is kind of weird. IB high, 64.1. Ah, this is a great Ooh. Now, this is a great opportunity to do two things. First of all, notice that I always put the abbreviation, the initials there, and that's because the minute we open, this flag is going to jump up to price, above price, right? And also notice that this just identifies and highlights the fact that these are probabilities based on 1,859 days, and there's only two criteria. So how the hell are we going to get to 64.1 and not get through 35.4 first? Pretty impossible, isn't it? So these are not hard, fast lines in the sand. They're probabilities, and that you need to, it's real important to remember that. Value area high is 43.3. Oops, why didn't you do that? I want to get down here to my lows for. Okay. And now I'm going to jump over and do something I do every day at about this time, called the TLab snap. And that is that is something else. The TLab, as you will maybe ask, is what the hell is the TLab? It is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And he started life as a professional. I mean, he started professionally trading 48 years ago, something like that. He is I'm sure he just trades his own money now. He was a money manager once upon a time long ago. But anyway, he started this Bookmap Discord chat room. It's obviously sponsored by Bookmap, but Tom started it and runs it. And you're never solicited for anything in there. That's important to know. Also important to know, it's not a trade calling room, nor is a live trading room. But there's a lot of good people and a lot of good advice. It's awful busy, so I'm not participating in there really anymore, except for every morning I put the reports early in there. I put a screen snap of the upcoming reports in, and every day at about 8:20 I put this snap, which I created long ago while I was active there, because I noticed that the chat would get real plugged up right before the open with a bunch of people wanting to know the POC or what was the high of the overnight or something like that. So I thought they must not have the same charting capability for data. So I created this, and you see it's called the TLab, that tab, and that's what I do every day and have for years. Now, the stream that I'm doing now is also kind of a result of suggestion from someone in the TLab, Tom, I think, or maybe Rod, to focus on your own market and narrate that in your own trading, rather than jumping all over, yucking it up in a Discord site all day long. And it made sense to me. So I took it to the next level from just narrating my own market to the what you have today. And now I think you'll probably agree it would be a real good idea to be able to trade on Bookmap. And the way you do that is, first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel by clicking that button, that padlock, and picking an account. In this case, I'm using these Lucid accounts because I wanted to de-risk and still maintain proper trade size and make money. After you've picked the account, you can click the button again. It will stay green and active. You get the real estate back on your screen. I have all my metrics reflected up here. You can turn these off or on if you want to. You don't have to have any of them, all of them, whatever you want. And you also get cancel and close. So I like that. I also, and the reason I don't need the trade control panel anymore is I don't use it for, market orders and brackets and stuff like that. I use, got to do a couple things on this side. I use multi-brackets, and I am going to do the magic box over here. And I also want to be sure I'm multi-account trading. That's how you leverage these prop things so that you get evaluation, so that you get a reasonable payout. If I take 100 a day out of the market, copy to these 5 accounts, that's $10,000 a month profit, pay salary or wages, whatever you want to call it, so that it adds up. But your risk is small, proportionally. Seems to make sense to me. So we can trade. Now that I'm busy talking, we can trade. We're all set up to do what we need to do over here as far as the journal, which I will be honest to say, I've never gone to this journal to see what the hell it looks like. This is a Bookmap thing. It's not the Lucid, anything to do with Lucid, other than that's where it pushes that account. I've never looked at what this journal looks like. I got to do that this weekend, maybe. So here we are. We're getting ready to open in about 4 minutes. I need to do something because this is Thursday. So I'm going to be looking at the magic box. Hey, Anton, what's up? I did a few things through the night here. I'll show you after we get open here. I got to set this mess up for the magic box routine. Hopefully that works better today than it did day before yesterday. I got these Gex levels. I'll push those across after we open. I've got that, seems to be working pretty good. I just am using the old method that I was, where I manually enter in IRT the levels, and what I've done is I put major positive, major negative, and 0, and they'll push across over here until I figure out where I'm going to land and then decide about that tool or not, which I suppose I will do. To be honest with you, sounds easier than writing, trying to write my own, even though I looked into that last night. Let me make sure I'm ready to roll here. So 30 seconds. Oh, excuse me. My Rithmic dropped out last night around, I don't know, somewhere around midnight, I guess. I woke up this morning and it was flatline. Rithmic does not reconnect, by the way. I think you're using a Rithmic now, actually, if I'm not mistaken. It does not reconnect. So I had to re-download all the data for Bookmap and, apologize to everybody in the TLab. I think I'm ready to roll here now. I mulled over trying to trade that in the video earnings last night, and you see what happened. It flew up, and then pulled it all the way back to the previous close. We've got another gap open, but I'm tired of it. I've got so many gap opens and closes over here, I can't keep track of them anymore. This market's been pretty crazy. I'm back on CQG since no longer using heat map. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, I don't know if CQG reconnects or not. We're going to open in about 30 seconds here, so I'm going to pay attention to what I'm doing. Rithmic does not. When it loses a connection, you got to re-click the whole thing. So, so there's that. There. And we're going to go here in about 10 seconds, I'd say. This thing's resetting about 10 seconds early. I got to change that for some reason. I don't know why. Bookmap isn't using the right, I don't know. I don't know. And Rithmic just crashed. Now, Rithmic just crashed. IRT just crashed, and it hasn't even entered an order yet. Just placing the order crashed the damn thing. So that's pretty cool. Or not. What's this now? Okay. Something's really goofy here. Let's see, where the hell am I? Okay. Where's the... Okay. I guess this is the stop, I'm hoping. Well, we'll see what happens on the magic box here. What happened to this now? Something's crazy. Hold on. Did you see that? The price is nowhere near that stop, and it just executed. Oh, okay. No more trading for me today. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Well, that sucks. I'm glad it's on the stream. And I should be short now. Son of a bitch. Sorry. Well, that's pretty frustrating. Well, one program is just trading wherever it feels like it, and the other one crashed. And I'm not short, and I should be, and there would have been my targets and whatever else, you know. That's pretty weird. There is the close. Let me look at something here. Maybe I'm crazy. Hold on. No, not at all. Here's price. This order was executed, and it didn't get executed. It didn't even get near it till way over here. So what? How can that be? I'm making screen snaps and everything else here. Let me, God damn it. Gosh darn it. Whatever. No, I mean, God damn it, actually. That sucks. That really sucks. Well, I have no idea how that happened. I'm not saying that it wouldn't have happened anyway here, but I would have been short, and then I, would have had this one back on, and now it would have gone down and been profitable. And wow, I'm spooked now. What to do? Son of a gun. Well, that's pretty disappointing. I guess I'll have to, yeah, of course, I can't tie it back to Rithmic or tie RT because that's crashed. Oh, man, this is just magic. Well, maybe not. Oh, gosh. And there would have been a short with no heat and still going to targets. Instead, I'm sitting on 72 ticks of loss. Man, that sucks. That truly. Well, I'm so pissed. Here I sit in no trades, and I would have been. Still should be, actually. For the Magic executes these for the first 30 minutes. I removed all traces of this thing being connected to the orders, supposedly, and it still just crashed it right away. So that's pretty far out. That's pretty cool. Wow. I don't need this shit anymore. This is getting me down, Anthony, I'll tell you. You know, one step ahead and 2 or 3 back is not good. And I wouldn't mind it if it was my own fault, but I don't think this has got anything to do with me. And even if I somehow or another, there are no hotkeys that close anything. How could it possibly execute here? Price was up here. Actually, price was, if you want to be real analytical about it, price was at break even. Oh man, that's pretty disappointing there. I'm afraid to enter another trade, to be honest with you. I don't know what to do now. I guess I got to go bitch and moan at somebody. I don't know. Well, that's pretty cool. Christ. I got some interesting update on this Gex story. Because I subscribed to GexBot. Okay, are we all up to speed now? Has everybody crashed and you're all happy with everything? That really sucks. I'm really disappointed. I've never had that happen on Bookmap and IRT and Rithmic, actually, that it just executes a trade out of the middle of no place, to be honest with you. And as you know, I don't trade that frequently, so I think I'd remember. Yeah, the more I look at this, if you look at that, if you look right here at this, right there is where it exited. And you see the line, okay? Look where price was. It was at break even. It was not down 72 ticks. Now what I have to do is go confirm with some other chartings or another that at 8:31:36 Central Standard Time, what was price? And I guess I could probably do that here, maybe. Boom. Boom. Why are these order flow things every freaking place? Oh, here we go. All right. So this is a 5-minute chart. I guess that won't work very good. No, it's 1-minute chart. Okay. I can't use it. Well, let's see. What was it? 8:30 something or another? 8:31:36. I'm shutting off the damn thing here too, so I don't make a mistake again somehow. 8:31:36. That's got to be here. The problem with IRT is these candles, you have no idea how the progression worked. The low is 77.06.
Slow computer.
So wow, that's pretty weird. That's enough to piss off the Pope, I'll tell you. Well, now I'm, started off the day in the hole again. I'm really getting tired of this, to be honest with you. What else was I going to do? Something over here, oh yes. Well, let's see here if that's all working. Let's see if I got. Oh well, minor errors occurred, so map just fell over. Okay, that's pretty cool. Report. I'm gonna have to restart Bookmap now, I guess. That's pretty darn disappointing. I don't know who to bitch at, to be honest with you. What are the details? Order does not exist. It's thinking about some other order now it's trying to do. It's got some other order locked up somewhere that it's trying to execute, and it says it doesn't exist. Connection and rhythmic connection fell apart again. I don't know if you're seeing all this stuff. I guess so. Good, it's on going on the stream, so that's good. All right, I'm gonna start over. Son of a bitch. Uh-oh. Something just took off on the order, rocketing to the moon up there. I don't know what, but something did. So let's see. What the hell has happened here? Oh, boy, that sucks. And I guess I can't bitch it at Lucid. I would have to try to bitch at Bookmap, and that's completely useless. I guess. I don't know. Well, back to the drawing board. Our trader's connection's broken again. All right, I'm gonna just shut Rithmic off also and start this whole shooting match over again. This should have nothing to do with the stream, but I'm really tired of this shit. That's for sure. Successfully updated the latest version. Oh, I'm so happy about that. Wow. And of course, Rithmic or Bookmap, whatever this thing's called, IRT's upside down. Bookmap can't connect. Try it again. Man. See if we can get this thing working this time. Well, there's all kinds of it's doing all kinds of stuff over here at Mach a Million. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing it in a hell of a hurry. Oh, okay. I understand why. Now I guess I'm not going to get any historical data downloaded, or I don't know what to think. Well, boy, that's disappointing. It remembers that I lost 72 ticks. It remembers that, of course. That's important to remember. Let me get away from that again. I don't want it doing anything by itself here. Well, that's pretty weird. I'm not sure what to say. Up we go. If you're on one, good for you. IRT is way back in the boondocks, 54 seconds behind schedule. I think it's time the old guy go back to bed here. Is what I think. This is sucking on every different variety. Let's do something completely different here. Let's look at what Gixbot's got to say for itself. Well, there we go. See if I remember how to do this now. Well, 7742, 7713, and 7704. Okay. 42, 13, 04. I'll see if I can get IRT to 43, 12, say 13 and 4. See if I can get this to work. Wow, that is, but that was loud. I guess we're flopping back and forth between these two calls up here. I'm going to go with 44, 13, and 4. We'll see if these work. They were pushing across last night. You know how that goes. Okay. Now, see what Bookmap has to say about this. Look at us go up, 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 and away. IRT is still not even closely in the ballpark of charting. Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm a nice guy. Why is this happening? I must have bad karma. I hate it when my ex-wife gets up early. Whichever direction she went, up or down, I have no idea. If you want to believe either of those. What do you think about all this crap with the CIA director flying over and having a powwow with the Russian guy in Moscow? That was pretty weird. Something's up, I would guess. Well, I don't know what's going to happen here, but let's see. We're getting no load here. We've got the big complete gap. What the hell? What was this? Somebody said something. Look at that thing. That was at some time today. 8:44. Wow. And now we continue to go. I'm going to let this keep trying to load and see if we get anywhere. If it doesn't come together with all the stuff, I'll redo the data, which you can do on Bookmap. I'm going to forget about IRT because it can't keep up. Kind of a gun. Looks like we're gamma positive. Yep. 1344 and 4. I don't know. I hope I hope something's going good for you. I would like to say the same for me, but again. Now the ES is giving me shit. I'll just do that right there. Continue. MES, continue. And ES, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna lose the ES here for now. I'm gonna lose the I don't know what to do, restart it or what to do now with Bookmap. Inconsistent MBO data and unsubscribe and resubscribe, and I don't know. Do you think it was to do with Ukraine? I was hoping to God it was something positive rather than who knows what, you know. I was hoping it was something positive, but I don't know. Connection restored, rhythmic, inconsistent data for MNQ. Well, good. That's just great. Let's shut that one off too. What do you think of that? Unsubscribe. There we go. Pretty soon I'm going to unsubscribe to all of them, and then we'll start over again, and maybe we'll get somewhere. I guess Rhythmic is having a major problem. I don't know what the deal is, but seems to be a problem. Not to mention just closing trades in the middle of outer space. What was this big pop at 844? Do you see that? What the hell was that thing? I don't know. 2,000 contracts. I'm afraid to look around at something else to see what's going on. Yeah, I know. That's what I got. Pretty unusual though. Last time that happened was 2001 or something like that, or 21 maybe. I heard just, news. What are you going to believe? Well, I don't know what to do here now. Whether to close Bookmap down and start over or what. IRT doesn't seem to be pushing these levels that they're supposed to be there. Not that that's surprising. Oh yeah, there we are. There's major positive. Major positive is way down below all the price? I don't think so. It has never updated it from IRT. It's at 77, it's 77.44 right now. I just put that in there. Oh man. $77.44. I don't know what to say. Well, damn. Yeah, that's what I remember them saying in the news last night. Well, it doesn't seem that IRT is updating stuff in Bookmap. Bookmap has crashed a couple of times. I've uninstalled a bunch of stuff. Gee whiz. It's a lot of fun here. Maybe not. I'm going to go for a walk around the house. Okay, here we are. What crashed now while I was gone? Okay, at least the gammas have pushed across to the right crap, it seems like. So that IRT seems to be playing this now. Major negative, 0 and positive is up above us here at 44s. Yes, okay, so that's okay. Of course, it's not real time, so, you know, it's jumping, like major positive is jumping from 33 to 44 back and forth. We're holding pretty steady at 12 on 0. And negatives holding around 4. Oh, good for you. Yeah, good for you. I listened a bunch. One of the things I was gonna, since I'm obviously not able to trade and my scrap just keeps falling over here, let me just show you what I've got done. Since you've joined and since you did that Gexbot, you can go join their Discord. And you'll get a thing that says you got to do some stuff. They don't want anybody spamming or whatever else. But here's a couple of things I downloaded through the course of the night from their Discord Here's one about Gex State and Classic. I can put these somewhere. I know you can't probably even read them because of you're on your phone, but here's another quite interesting exchange. And this Jazz is the owner developer guy, and he says if you want a good piece of documentation for in-depth to the method of how they do this, and here's a link I can post for you somewhere. And then this is another exchange. So there's a exponentially higher level of what's going on over there. Oh, okay, great. You want me to go back through them slowly or something, or? But you can go there now. Since you've already signed up, you just go to the Discord. Join their Discord thing, and there you go. Yeah, I was thinking about it. That's why I made those screenshots, thinking of you. So, trying to share some of that info. I don't know what the hell to do with Bookmap, frankly. These lines here, these brown up and down lines, means that it was aggregating data here. Son of a gun. I think I'll shut Bookmap down and try to start it over again. Yeah, that's what I did too after the market closed. And you get some back and forth with some guy that they want you to go to their server thing and disconnect friend requests and something, direct messages and friend requests, so that there's not a scamming thing, and I don't know. And maybe the guy that sent me that was a scam thing. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's part and parcel of the deal. I think he's the other guy besides the Jazz guy. Well, shit. I don't know what to do. I guess besides be really disappointed that I'm now in the hole again. And I mean, it's only $90, right? 72 ticks on the micros, but it just so frustrating. I don't know how to express it. I'm not thinking of doing anything until I get out of this hole financially and making money. You know what I mean? And throwing money at fancy, shiny stuff has not done me any good, ever. And I don't think it's going to do me any good now. So I'm going to stick with what I've got now. Maybe state is the way to go. In your case, where you're making money and rolling and tumbling and no problems, that extra $100 is what the difference is. One's 150 and the other's 50. So it's an extra $100 a month. That might be well worth it. I don't know. I really don't know. I've never, other than the demo, I haven't really looked at it. And once or twice that Jazz guy, Jasper, I think he talks about state a bit in that webinar with Murad out, FT71. But you can certainly, when you get into the Discord thing there, I'm sure there's a whole lot of people with a lot of opinions. And some of them are using the quant thing and, downloading to this and that. So, but I'm going to be happy with, I think I'm happy with this right now. I'm trying to think whether I want to kill Bookmap and start over now. In case we get some play off of the, the IB's going to set in 20 minutes. I still have that thing going on, and this Gex story. I think I'm going to kill Bookmap for now. Save and exit. Okay. Maybe it'll get its shit together. Maybe it was a problem with Rithmic. I don't know. One thing is about it, you know, I get billed. I just got a bill from Bookmap about MBO data. You don't use it, right? That's why you don't use the heat map, or does CQG do MBO data? It's like $150 a quarter or something. Even though you own Bookmap, you still, you know, all of those charges still come across. And why? That's frustrating because I have MBO data with the data feed, so I have to pay for it twice, basically, right? Which is irritating. Okay, I guess I'm gonna, fingers crossed, and put my hard hat on and some asbestos gloves and try starting Bookmap again here. Okay. I hope I have you on the right screen. Yeah, I did. Screen. I don't know what's going on with IRT. It's probably plotting something from yesterday afternoon. Oh, it's down to 3 minute lag or 3 seconds lags now. It was 57 here a little bit ago. And I don't think, unless we've got a, no, never mind. I answered my own question. I'm going to say, unless we have a super divergent between the NQ and the ES, something's wrong, and it was something wrong. So, okay. Okay. That's where all, but then how do you see the sweeps and the all of that stuff? Because that's all based on, and stops and sweeps and everything's based on MBO data, or at least that's what I understood. Maybe I'm, you know, maybe I was buffaloed. Maybe I was just, yeah, you know. Now, did this thing reload everything all right? We've got some liquidity at the 25s up there. It's not one of the GEX levels, but, well, at least it pulled that part together. So I can at least see back to the open. And all of this stuff here was missing completely. Oh, man. Okay. So we've got GEX down at around the 4 level, and that's where these lows are. 0 is at about 13, or was. And let's see if any of this ties together now. Yeah, pretty much. 3s, 13s, 44s. Yeah, so it hasn't changed much. Okay. Hi, Panda. How are you? Dad's having a funny morning. You cat first on my thing because I wasn't paying I must have a serious dose of bad karma. Well, okay. So it looks like this is working. I'm not going to bother installing those other instruments now. Why? Let's try this and see what happens. Well, it still remembers that I've got a drawdown. That's not very much fun. Market. Let's see what we got going on over here, though. Trading statistics. Use a journal. This is multi-brackets. Well, there was. Not going to do that anymore. I mean, not going to do the. And of course, I had remembered to copy trade, and when it goes off on its own, you know, the one day that I don't remember to do that, I make a great trade, and then you know that. Look at all the damn stuff going on here. I don't know whether you can. Oh yeah, look at all of this noise. That I don't know what news event or something that was, but that was a pretty giant thing there. None of that trade information is saved over here, apparently. Well, I'm glad I took screen snaps of that. None of that trade is in here. The only thing that's in here is the results. And that, unfortunately, is the results on IRT, on Rithmic. So, you know, I'll have to try to go to Lucid and ask them what the hell happened, I guess. And they're going to go, well, you stupid shit, you're using the wrong stuff. Okay. Let's get down to about 5 minutes here. There we go. Look at this stuff. What is this, you know? What kind of action is this? Just drops. Rockets up to 24s and then just drops with nothing to 18. And turns around and goes the other way. This seems pretty... Yeah, seems pretty crazy. And I still don't have any idea what that pop was all about. Maybe you do, I don't know. Well, if you want to think about the old, you know, as they approach the gamma flip or the zero gamma, from in a positive gamma regime, then the market makers buy it, and that, you know, there's zero gamma. They did this, and then now they bought it up. I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed right now about life in the fast lane here. Damn. But I'm encouraged that the levels are staying pretty much where they were. Look at this volatility, though. Here, the green boy here was max, right? Max positive, major positive, down, 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 back up, down, up. That's when it was jumping back and forth between these calls. And this call is way, there we go, way out there. Oh, I can't do that any different. Well, that's the reason for stops, I guess. Unless you've got them in there like I did today, and the price they just fire whether the price is 5 handles or 6 away. What I assume has happened or did happen was that the price action was not being reflected accurately on Bookmap. And unfortunately, I can't confirm it on IRT because I haven't figured out how to do that exactly yet. Right, standing here right now. Not something I usually do. And we got about 5 minutes for the IB to set. I think maybe I'll look. Oh, I can look at TradingView. I didn't think of that. There you go. I can go look at TradingView and see whether this crap happened or not. I don't know what else is going on. There's this. I'm still trying to figure out how to get this to work right, so that I can see the damn thing. Well, maybe that's what you have to do. That's stupid. I noticed over in the TLab, I don't know whether you cruise through there in the mornings or not, but when I put that post, I noticed that Furs is posting a bunch of stuff about Gex levels. So I took a moment and pinged him as to what he was using, and he said he was using Mentor Q. And I told him that I had been watching this one and that I found it to be I didn't see his response that I liked it a lot and it's cheaper, and they don't charge extra, they don't upcharge for futures data, and I didn't see his response. Something's wrong with the chat thing here too. Everything's screwed up this morning. I'm not seeing any of your chats on OBS. I don't know what to do about that or how to do about that. Oh, there we go. Okay, I reconnected. I learned a new trick. Oh, look at here now. Parsing the file. Well, thank you. So does that mean that IRT is falling over? No. Okay. I got ambitious last night and I got going with the Google AI thing, and I've got all the bits and pieces to do a JSON thing for Bookmap to I use the API from GexBot and plot the levels, at least those 3 major levels on Bookmap without paying that $300 to see how that works, if it does. But you don't use Bookmap anyway, so never mind. And they don't charge you extra for ATOS, so it just kind of irritates me that irritates me. Okay, so we got the Gex levels pushed back in here. There's 0 and above and below and whatever else, and we're coming up to the IB. What am I going to do? Am I going to do an initial balance regression? I would say it's going to probably break out the top, just looking at the basic charting here. We've got a, come on. There's a little excess over here on market profile, but it's just flat as a board on the volume profile for IRT. So, what the hell is this? Look at how this is all goofy. Jesus. Wow. I guess when you stop and think about it, all the data, that millions of bits of data that come in, and how this software we get for basically nothing processes it all, and it's pretty amazing. Well, we're not quite to the IB yet. What is this? We don't want that. Okay, we got that going on. A big gap in data over here too. Look at here. I guess what I can do is maybe it's, oh, there's the IB. No, we didn't make the IB yet because it's not an IB yet. 3 minutes to go. And they're still looking pretty serious at that 36 level. Why is all this going on? Do we know? Does anybody know what this is? Why everybody's so excited? Is Donnie John, he's going to build a new something or tear down the... Have you seen this latest crap that he is such a stubborn person? If they won't let his name be on the Kennedy Center, he wants it destroyed, demolished. I find it really weird. Some of the obsessions are pretty crazy. I don't understand how people can even have a normal conversation about it. It's like, what are you, out of your freaking mind? You know, get over it, dude. Just like the Obama, his obsession with Obama, or the previous, that 20 election, whatever. How many years you going to beat that horse to death, dude? You know, don't whip a dead horse, for Christ's sake. Move on. It's so weird. So weird. Well, there was that excess I was talking about at the top. So, okay. Got all those stops up there, all that fuel that was laying up there. I don't know what to even think now. Okay, back to this. We're still holding the normal values here. I think it's interesting how some of these inside calls and stuff, the GEX on the open interest is negative, but the call volume is obviously not. That's interesting how it plots that stuff. What that means, I don't know. Yeah. And we're interestingly enough, we're right at that level. And now it's doing, what is happening now? a plummet. Still really high volume, if the data's right. This was 100. This was the. We were right at this same number at pre-market, and our ATR has now jumped up to 10 3/4 points. Average true range on a 5-minute candle. Let's look at 1 minute and see what we got. What happened? That's not what I had in mind. So we got 3.5 on a 1 minute candle here, and 119% volume. So I am pretty confused. But the profile is about as balanced as you want to get now that they've put that little bit of taper on the top, right tail on the top, and we just took out that micro composite VPOC from the previous here, and that's right there in Bookmap. And I'm gonna get rid of all these stupid damn gap things. I'm sick of looking at them. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the IB has set. We haven't touched it. We've pulled back to the 25 without going here. So I would be hard pressed to front run it after that expensive lesson with trading in the middle of no place. So I'm going to stay focused on the GEX, I think. So if you're watching the GEX and you're doing the zero cross, did you take these longs here and our long when we came across any of these times? It gets kind of busy in here. That's the thing I don't know. Well, never mind. I see now that this was not the zero line. Oops, this was not the zero line, because here it is down here. So the only place we crossed it to the upside was here, and then again here. So if you took that cross to the upside here at about whatever time this is, 8:57, I bet you're pretty happy about that. I wonder what Furs had to say, actually, since I don't feel like I'm going to be brave enough to do anything today. Now, with this mess going on. Oh, shit. Now what? I don't know what happened. Everything crashed. You're kidding me. Well, that's about weird. What the hell happened? How did that work? Something's really weird. This thing has started a different instance or something. Can you hear me? Yeah, this thing has started a different instance. I have no idea what or how in the hell I did that. And I don't know what to do about it. All my screens are black. OBS looks like it's shut off, so does everything else. I just was gonna move from one screen to the other like normal, and everything is gone. I try to relog on to Bookmap. It says instance closed because you're already logged on to something else. And I see my mouse moving around on the stream window. Oh, this is too weird for words. I have no idea what I did or how I did it. Well, the fact that you can hear the stuff means, and my voice is, OBS is still running, but on my side, if you look at the bottom here, if you look at that view, all of the, it looks like no programs are open across the bottom of the, whatever you call that, the toolbar or whatever. Well, I will be the first to say I have no idea what I did, or more importantly, what to do about it. Do you? Can you hear me? I guess you can. Just restart the computer. That's going to knock off everything, unfortunately. Wait a minute. Maybe I, hold on. Switch users or something. Maybe that's what I did somehow that I don't even know about. Can you see different screens? Oh my God. That's amazing. Yeah, you can, now I can switch screens, and that seems to be the case. That is pretty weird, boy, I'll tell you that right now. Well, I'm going to try Rithmic again and see what the hell happens. Boy, this is my day, huh? Son of a gun. Unable to start plugin host for historical history data. The plugin host is already running. Well, I don't know what to do. Yeah. Yeah, I can move around. I mean, I can go over here to move my mouse around. I can switch back and forth. I can do all of that stuff, but I have no programs running. If I try to start something, it says it's like Rithmic. It says it's already running. OBS doesn't show anything. I am completely in the dark. See my mouse now? Floating around. Oh, there we go. Now things are coming back to life. You see those, see all the icons pop up in the corner of that screen all of a sudden? That's just now happening. Oh yeah, this sucks completely. Sucks, the big one. Well, I'm gonna kill the stream, I guess. Well, Bookmap. Why are there two bookmaps running? Investor RT, Edge, Notepad, OBS. It says they're all running okay. Rithmic, Snagit, Task Manager. I have no clue, man. It says none of them. I don't know why there's two bookmaps running, to be honest with you. Oh. Okay, that's just the one thing in the multi-account. That would be normal. Wow. Don't need all of that, probably. That's where I was doing all my super secret AI stuff, however. Investor RT is running, it says. Book. OBS is running without any problems. Live stream's going. That's working. Well, I am. I don't know how to go about finding out what isn't working, to be honest with you. CPU's not doing anything. Only 34% of the RAM is up. Ethernet's rocking. GPU's 65%. That's processing the OBS, and there's nothing going on anywhere. That is so weird. I don't know what happens if I click one of these. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Now and everything seems to be. I don't want to make changes to OBS. I just want to see the damn thing. It says everything is running, but nothing is showing on my programs. I don't know how to. I don't know what to do, actually, whether to try to open Chrome or something and ask them what the hell I did. This is too weird. If I close the machine down, then everything takes a dump. The programs, OBS, and I got to bring it all back up and then restart the stream and do everything else. And I got to believe there is something going on here, like it's Is there some way that that you can start a new view? You know, I don't know. Never mind. Well, it's pretty weird that we're talking, and I start up Chrome and it acts like there's nothing open, nothing going on, nobody left on third. There's the old tabs. Okay. I just did my Google friend over here. If you're still hearing me, it says you likely pressed a keyboard shortcut that accidentally switched you to a new virtual desktop. Press the Windows Control key plus left or right arrow key to cycle back to your original desktop. Okay, so let's see if that's what happened. Windows and the desktop. Wait a minute, Windows Control. That's what it said, was Windows Control. Windows Control. Is it? Yeah. Oh, that's Shift. God damn it. Oh, there you are. That's exactly what it was. I just Windows Control Shift and then right or left arrow switched it to a virtual desktop. And it says that I'm not connected to any platform on Bookmap. Okay. Well, that's pretty weird. So, note to self, virtual desktop. Thank you, whatchamadinkus. What was I doing here? Yeah. Okay, well, there you go. We learn something new every day. Oh, man. That is pretty amazing. So if you do Control Shift, Windows Control right or left arrow, it switches you immediately to a virtual desktop. And that's what happened. Isn't that weird? Yes, it is. Okay, so there's Gexbot. I'm going to shut Bookmap down because it apparently doesn't have anything happening over here. Save and exit. Okay, we'll see if we can start Bookmap again. You've been logged out because of another. Oh, that's the reason Bookmap took a dump, because I was trying to log on to IRT or to Rithmic from that other desktop with the same login stuff. So that's why OBS and everything is still working fine. How weird is that shit? Well, I guess we learned a new one. Is IRT disconnected? Yes. Okay, so unable to start plugin for data history, plugin host. Okay, what do I do now? How do I do that, I wonder? I'm going to shut Rithmic clear off and see if I can do that again somehow or another. I think I'll do see if Rithmic has been killed here. Our investor, yeah, yep. Okay. Sorry for this, but oh Jesus, what a. I'm going back to bed, by the way. The minute this is solved, I'm gonna go looking for something to drink. Hey, Magic, what's up? Just had a pretty weird experience over here. Hope things are going good for you. I tried the Magic Box this morning and suddenly something was wrong with the data, and the stop hit about 5 points away from price out of no place. So I guess I'm not, I guess my magic's off, I guess. Okay, now I've got IRT back, which means I can start the data on IRT. I don't mean IRT. I mean, I've got Rithmic back, so we can redo the data over there. While you guys are listening to me fumble about, I will put up the Gexbot so you can watch that. Watch that happen. And I'll restart Bookmap. Jesus Christopher Christ. Magic, I don't know whether you know all of this already or not, but I was just standing here talking to Anton and watching the market, and I hit a series of keys I didn't know about, apparently. Instantly moved the computer to a virtual desktop. Anton could hear me. The stream stayed up, but all of my screens were black, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was that all about. And finally, I pulled up another browser and Googled that. Now I don't have any instruments enabled here in wow, that's pretty weird. Okay. Anyway, so what ended up being the fix was you do Windows key, Control, right or left arrow, and that just switches you back and forth between the original desktop and the virtual one. That was pretty fun. Been an interesting morning here. Well, yeah, yeah, I'm sure Anton's making money and laughing at me over here being a dunce. So, there's that. And I can't get cloud data to load here, so that's there. Do 12 hours of data, you dumb shit. Okay, so you see I'm down 72 ticks. It remembers that, and I went to Rithmic, and it very definitely shows that. But I'll show you the screen snap if I can. Well, here you go. Here's the magic box. There's the entry. T1, stop. Here's price. Stop hit. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm sure I won't get anywhere pointing that out to Lucid, but I'll try. And I realize that it's my responsibility for the data, but, you know, it is irritating. Okay, looks like this piece of crap is coming alive. I don't know what else to do but laugh, you know. What can you do? Cry, I guess. I've got the zero gamma, the major positive and the major negative pushing across from IRT to Bookmap so that I can keep track of those levels over here, along with the IB and stuff like that, which doesn't seem to be mattering much. We have taken the IB right here and then pulled back and now back up to it. So had I not been stumbling around in my good, yeah. Had I not been stumbling around in my virtual computer, I might have actually been able to get some of this money back. So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go get a glass of tea and a shot of heroin and I'll be back pretty quick. Whoa, up we go. Man, if you did the switcheroony, you're yeah, they're mean reversions, exactly. They're mean reversions when you do the other sides, and they're well, I guess it's a mean reversion until it crosses over the zero line, and then you're going with the trend, depending on what you did. But the only argument I've heard about that crossing over thing is that Freddie guy talking about that he views that zero line as the POC, you know, and that from market profile or volume profile, you don't trade the POC because that's the most traded price, so the most likely place to get chopped up. I have no clue. I mean, it makes sense from a volume profile point of view, but I don't know. So we've got volume at, we got a lot of liquidity at 40s. The ETH high up here at 41. Why we're rocketing up, I have no clue. Well, we're not exactly rocketing up, but we are up. Assuming that Bookmap is, or IRT is up to date. It seems like it is. No, that's not quite. Okay. That was too weird, man. Too weird. Now what do we got going? I think I might have everything back to normal, kind of, and I have now learned a whole new trick. If I want to completely bamboozle everybody, I do Windows Control right left arrow, and I'm in a virtual desktop. That's pretty crazy. Thanks for helping me out there, Anton, by the way. Reporting back. I would have been really out there like Pluto if I hadn't had any feedback. Jesus. Man, look how big these call walls are. Holy smokes. 40,000. This thing remains here too. This open interest is negative gamma or negative GAX or whatever. Yeah, GAX, gamma exposure on this 28th. That's pretty interesting. And I still haven't figured out exactly how to do this so that it's meaningful with price. What happened now? We've got the MES. Look at all this absorption going on. Big numbers too. 600, 300, 400. Wow. I guess Oh yeah, IRT didn't save all my statistics from the pre-market. So this was a higher in range, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that sucks. Let me do a couple things here. Higher out of range. If you don't save the workspace ever so often, you know, and something goofy like that happens, it just rolled it right back to where it was when I opened it this morning or last night at whatever time. So that's pretty special. 76. I'm just going to go through here and tag these in for the sake of the recording. Hopefully that's not an issue for you guys. 76.2. That's so funny. Previous high. No, that's RTH high. That's not right. Any of these I can do. The mid. 66.4. Obviously, I can't do any of the things that switched or that changed, like the previous RTH. I mean, the IBs or the any of that stuff. 64 previous high. Where's previous highs down here? I realize that this is anal, but I want it for the record, right? 35 points. Now something's wrong. Oops. Because that has been traded over. And the IRT is not showing that it has. As the same as the oh no, overnight low has been traded. That's right. It changes the text from black to blue. Sorry about that. Previous lows 12.4. Value area high. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, crap. Never mind. It's to the point that it didn't clear the notes from yesterday either. And I forgot about that. So I'll have to do this over. All right. That sucks. Boom. It went way back. The Wayback Machine. Okay. Jesus. 76. I started out by noticing there was no value on the overnight high. That's going to be good enough. I'm tired of doing that. And I will save the workspace. Had I done that, I guess I'll have to put that into my workflow ahead of the open or something so that I don't have the same BS happen. Okay, I know you guys are probably busy looking. Well, now Anton has got the GACs, right? I mean, got GEXBot. I don't know if you guys were talking about it. By the way, Anton, I noticed, I thought I remembered yesterday you saying that you saw a IQ trading video, one of those videos with Iman. And I had searched all over hell and gone because I wanted to see what I think, as I said, I think he's funny and smart, and I have never seen what he looked like. And I couldn't find it anywhere. Not a big deal at all. Maybe I don't, maybe I'm crazy. Oh, there you go. They must do the math. And the Opera feed is the basic fire hose for options data, and there's some other people that kind of repackage and like they mentioned they're going to be getting a direct futures data, options data, rather than needing to rely on the conversion over here. I forget what he called it, the B data or something. Well, up we go. Yeah, the major positive is it's about 44, and there's 45's liquidity above it, and here we are at a bunch of liquidity right now. And why are they going up? But boy, oh boy, are they. Now, is this one of the ones where you mean revert and that's kind of like jumping in front of a train, I guess. Let's see if it gets up there and pokes into that. I think it's probably going to. It's only got two points to go. Oh, by the way, Somebody asked how you shut off this vertical line over here, and there's a way you do that. I'll look at it in a little bit. I don't really mind it so much but it shows the time and the level of the current price. And that's also a gap high from the 19th or something. Got to change those colors too. That's too damn bright for my old eyes. So is this where you short? Short. This is where they're supposedly selling to dampen the move and remain delta neutral and yada yada yada. No, wrong. Sorry, wrong window. I don't know. So this is what they say it is, and then you put your stop on the other side of that level, or perhaps the next one up. And yeah, I don't know. Seems kind of spooky. Especially after the performance this morning. Look at this. Yeah, staying the same. These levels that I've coded into Bookmap or IRT and pushed across I keep monitoring that they're, relatively close, and they don't seem to be varying much. Oh wait, zero has moved a lot. In fact, I don't know. Yeah, I've never looked at Gexa, to be honest about it, other than when we were looking at the screen snaps a long time ago. And you obviously provide a real thorough understanding about it, so I have faith in your opinion. Now, I don't know what to do up here. They're just banging along on the top right under that level. They say this is where you short these tops. That seems kind of counterintuitive to all the usual stuff, trying to call a top, and it'll probably turn right around and do just what they say it'll do, but I don't know. I'm kind of gun shy right now, and that's no way to get even. No way to get green, is it there, Magic? What I see is this liquidity at 45. And what is it going on here? So we're into this next one here, and we've got a MCVPOC above us. We just tagged out 2 naked volume points of control over here from way back here on the 18th and the 19th. So this is where I'll have a kind of a query. Have to think about how to do this, whether just include today's trade into this volume profile, which will look kind of crazy because it's going into this one, or just incorporate them all together. I don't know. Trying to think about that. And one thing else about GexBot that I do think is somewhat valuable is they're a thing. You know, they've got support and a Discord, and you can talk to the guy who did it and all that kind of stuff, as opposed to all those things that we identified with GexA. In other words, it looks to me like they've, you know, kind of here for the stay, and like I should have taken the advice of the Gex and shorted, maybe. Yeah, sure, why not? And let's go back over here. I wish I could figure out how to do this. It's so irritating to me. They've got a lot of other. You might you can look into it, but you might prefer the state thing. There's several other views, I think, where they don't have just the Gex ladder here, and they'll have like levels. Yeah, that was the reason that was what caused me to stumble when I was first looking into doing it. Way back when we were just talking about it. And look at them go, you know. Why didn't I listen to myself? We're now crossing 5 points, which is what we talk about. So yeah. And to your point of take them crossing the 0 line, that would have been a pretty snappy ride to the top. Yeah, these two people, this Jasper guy he's in their Discord, you know, answering questions and talking about stuff and posting this and whatever else. So it's like, and so's the other guy, I guess. I just briefly last night when I realized I could do that. Magic, if you're still around here, here's a couple of things I grabbed out of the GexBot Discord last night. I don't think this is the Jazz guy. This is the guy that started it and codes it and does all that. There's one thing if you screen snap it. Here's another one. This has been referred to way more than once. This guy here's who. How I should say. This link. This was the complexity map or convexity maps. And then this one over here. These people seem to have a fairly good grasp on what they're talking about. Now look at the damn thing go. Son of a bitch. Well, I'm not thinking it's going to do, I'm not thinking about it, but I'm thinking about being pissed I didn't take this and, you know. That's kind of annoying. Right here. And I don't know now any justification for taking a short in this area. I think it's probably too far away from the GEX. I get from that major positive. One of the things that they talk about, that Freddie guy at least, if you're taking a short, for example, off this major positive, you want to see these max change GEX be shorts, right? Be going red, not green. So you mean the screen snaps from the Discord or some review from somewhere else? Yeah, I don't have any idea. I mean, who knows? You know, money walks and bullshit talks, right? Or however that goes. Well, unfortunately, I would have picked up a fast 5 or more right there if I'd have just listened to the wind blowing and doing it. You're using footprint or something to judge order flow? I can't say I know how to do that. Or that I feel confident that I am doing that. This was stupid times 2. Right here, though, as far as I can see. And there are the levels. Now, I didn't short this up here, but which I should have done. So, I mean, according to the this thing, that was the short, right? I wish I could just independently make these candles do stuff I want them to do. I've talked about that, I know. And when I try to expand this like that, then the ladder goes off the... I'd like to be able to keep the ladder as it was, like that. Okay, that, so I can see the ends of those. Wow, there's a lot of call out action out there. Holy crap, look at that. Okay, so there's the call action. Now I'd like to be able to pull this price over here, which I can't do. Now I can do that and then move this, oops, and then move, nope, can't do that either. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'm just not good at it. I don't know how to do it, apparently. I'll ask those guys in that. Oh, look at it still. Son of a gun. Well, they've come through 2 levels and heading back down to 0 again. I'm so glad. And back to the IB, by the way. So this was a, this would have been a good IB continuation trade right there. The old version. While I was busy having a virtual desktop experience. It was so much fun. I got to jump into that Discord place or whatever it is and find out and ask somebody where you get how to navigate around with this damn thing. Let's see how that's working there now. But I want these bars to be able to expand. I'm sure you can do that. I'm sure the bars ought to be able to expand right over the top of the Kex thing. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. I don't know. Now I can do that. But this is no good. Nah. Yeah, I know. That's because I'm making myself dizzy over here trying to get these things to move around right. Bring the bars over here so I can see, like, see these like that. And then move the freaking candlesticks so that they expand and I can read them over the top. That's hard for me to, this looks like soup right here, And the only way I see to expand those candles is to do the windy outy thing with the mouse wheel, and that makes the bars go away. So, I don't know. I'm sure there's a way. I want to be able to shrink down the Gex ladder and position it like right over there. Like that, for example. Well, say there, we can see all the bars. Have this, it's got to start at 8:30, I realize, but be able to expand this, the candlestick over the top. Now watch this. I'm just going to double click in the middle of the chart and watch what happens if it does this time. Yeah, look at there. Now, that's pretty much exactly what I'd like to have happen, but I would think I could have set that up. I just found that by accident the other day when I double clicked in there. So, yeah, okay, there you go. I guess just double click and shut up is the best approach. And take the damn signals when they present themselves, like these 3 tests up here, or 4 and short, and down you go, and you pick up 10 points and 10 points to the money, and be happy about life. Instead of sitting here in a drawdown. Well, there's the IB. We haven't had a pullback to the 25 yet, but close. And a lovely old-fashioned initial balance upside. Go get another cup of bullfoot soup or oxtail soup. Okay. Those levels are staying right there, but it's just trading them. By the way, I always forget to mention this, but if my stream is furry on your side, you know, check the gearbox down there, and this thing streams in 1440p, so it ought to be real sharp and easy to read the numbers, especially you, Anton, on your phone. I always forget to say that, and it's probably pretty important. That's only applies, of course, if I'm not in top secret mode with the virtual computer and the black screens. Oh boy, what a day. What a day. What a world. What a world. Looking up the way there, Magic, your call put walls do matter quite a bit if you're looking at them. I mean, if you look at the conventional way they talk about trading this stuff and what's happened today, it's been pretty, you know, this was pretty perfect, and I didn't short it because I'm a donut, but that's a pretty perfect short, and it's been good for where's the thingy to tell you what that says? I don't know where that is. Oh, 42s to 31, so there's over 10 handles. And if you went the other way off of this down here, it's 15 to 42, so, you know, would have been two good trades either direction, I think. I mean, that's the conventional way they talk about it anyway. Back to the IB. Ooh, here we are. I'm half tempted to just short it and trade it to the zero line, but right in the middle here is not a good place to enter, according to people that know more about it than I do. My problem is we're starting to run out of daylight, you know. It's all gone 10:30 now. And I'm pretty convinced that I don't do well trading later in the day, or that the trading opportunities aren't as good later in the day as far as I'm concerned. Bookmap, in case anybody cares. And the Gexbot. Now we're all negative, right? So now short. Now it would be the max changes are all short. We're still positive regime, but max changes are all short. So this is where they're talking about is the place to short for the zero. Of course, the minute I said that, the 1 minute turns positive, but you know, at 34. I don't think it's the place because it's right in the middle of what I think is the move, but and we have this negative gamma open interest and positive gamma on the Gex, but it is declining. You see the dots out here to the right. So, and up we go a little bit. $7.43. Well, it is the call wall according to this thing, as you see, obviously. I don't know. Well, and there's a quick 5 points right there. Not yet, but you know, if this pop keeps going like it did here and it seems to be doing here, and I don't know if any of that has anything to do with Gex, but I guess. Well, so what would be the thinking here now? Back to the 0 Gex, and then they're going to defend it and push it back up? Is that the idea? Zero gamma is way down below at 13. Is that right? 13? Yeah? No. Wait. Yeah. No, 21. Okay, I got to change that. Zero gamma changed. Bear with me. 21 and... What does that say? 13, 18... 21 and 18, okay. Come on, IRT, just goddamn work. I'm so tired of this. Sure as hell. Boy, did I screw that one up. Oh, it pushed pretty quick. Thank you, Mr. IRT. Well, I'm my own worst enemy, man. Standing here talking about why I should short this and not. Is everything else working? I haven't put my headset on or... Well, here we are. Now you're coming up to an opportunity for your when we cross the zero line, go that direction. I don't know. I wonder if you weigh in the negative and, the regime, because it would look to me that we're in a very definite, a very positive regime based on this levels over here. Window, oh, I am amazing. So maybe that wouldn't be that you would short that, but when it comes through the other way, go long. Maybe that's something that would figure into that. I don't know how. I have no idea how I would approach trying to backtest any of this stuff, because you'd have to. First thing you have to do is have all the data in there. All the gamma stuff. And I had a pretty painful time trying to just get the POC to work right in IRT and do the backtesting. The VPOC. So I don't know how you would do it with this stuff. I'm sure some clever Python monkey would have no problem, but one thing I have noticed, I don't think that Gexbot has any integrations with or plans for it with TradingView. And I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, but if you're playing with the if you want to replay historical data, you can't use a converted instrument. You've got to use SPX, for example, if you can't use a conversion to ES, because it's a converted data using this factor. So it doesn't know what and I guess they don't store that factor along with the day data. So it doesn't know that that conversion factor is what I assume is the reason. Look at how all this volume and trading was happening across here, and then it just quits. And it's just basically once in a great while there's a delta ball, and nothing's changed right on my settings. It's funny, isn't it? I guess that first 2 hours or something is pretty hot and heavy. Oh, what's going on here now? Still high volume. Amazing. It was at 120 earlier. That's weird. A divergence here is what I would call this, looking at the NQ and the ES, I guess, isn't it? Well, there they are, doing just exactly what the Gex fundamentals say they're going to do. The price comes down here to the zero, the Gex flip, and they step in and start buying them up to Is it that simple? Really? I don't know. It looks like it. That's even a 3-bar reversal. I wonder if it can be that elementary, you know? That's the way it's explained, that the dealers have to start buying the underlying when they get down here and selling it when it gets up here, so. Yeah. I actually saw some YouTube video of some fella talking about trading Gex, and he used yet another platform. And I saved it somewhere so I could get the name of the thing, but I'm through looking. I think I'm going to stick with this Gexpot thing. Looks pretty good to me, and you know. Uh, 75 here. Open interest is 4,200, 753. Okay, yeah, pretty close. Yep. The problem with open interest is open interest figures are only put out every night by the CBOT or CBOE or CBO. It's not a daily thing. They might do some conversions mathematically, but the actual, as I understand it, the actual open interest numbers only come out once a day. I think some of these outfits do a conversion because we noticed how these flop back and forth, like this is reduced, remember? So they've got to be doing something. And I'm sure if I go back to the Discord or somewhere in the documents, it'll talk about how they do that. But yeah, that's interesting observation. And up we go to the moon, Alice, again. Off the bottom and up to the top. So are they going to turn around and go the other way now? Is this the short? Is that the short? I guess it was the short if you grab the top. I'm a little Here we come. I guess, or not. Well, I specifically saw a text from Jasper about turning this vertical line off. It's supposed to be a tick box right over here in the color story. Spot history. Oh yeah, that's it. Spot history. Spot history turns off the why did that get rid of open interest? Oh, no. What am I doing? I don't know why that. Oh, that turns off the candles as well. Oh, stupid. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh well, never mind. Somebody had asked the question and he answered and said that's where you went to just turn off this vertical line. Not that it matters, I guess, but maybe that's on something else, a different one or something, State or somebody. We're having a similar setup that I traded yesterday when we've got a flat bottom here and lower lows, lower highs. Yesterday was the other way around, but I'm not suggesting I'm going to do that, but I noticed that pattern. I think I needs to get up closer myself, at least over this call here at 40. I would think. Hate those ledges. Hate those ledges. Like right here. They always stick me. Low volume node up here in this peak. Is this a short? It's getting close to the major positive. Watch what buttons I push on my keyboard here so we don't go off in a virtual land again. Boy, that was weird. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. There's still, I mean, if you want to think about it from orders, there's still that liquidity at 45. That would have been one hell of a nice round trip if you took the top before and the bottom down there when we got near the zero and back up, wouldn't it? I'm a little hesitant up here to short because of where the stop's going to be. It would be outside the gamma, but I don't know. I think it needs a little more upside myself. And I'll probably regret that, but ooh, a cup and handle. Oh boy, here we go. Whatever that means. POC's migrating up too here on this one. Not on Bookmap, but it did on the IRT. There we are. Yeah. Right there is the POC. Liquidity at 35. This, that's the POC, so that's the 11th commandment there, I guess. After all this restarting and PSing around with Bookmap, I suppose I ought to do this. I wish they would have just tagged up into that area. I guess I should have. I guess I need to get used to, it seems I need to get used to being a little more close only counts and horseshoes and hand grenade-ish, I guess. One thing that several people have said about this GEX system, theory, thinking, trading, whatever, plan on a couple good trades a day at the most. So I've yet to find any of that, but I'm thinking how I'm going to complain to these guys about that trade this morning. Fortunately, I have the stream and I have screen snap, so put the ball in their court and see what happens. Come on, get up there. Take that thing. Let's go. Come on. Well, I'm not gonna. I have to keep remembering that GEX or no GEX. This is the POC, so jumping around on the top of that's never been considered a good idea. It may be a fantastic trade now, but I have to remember that because there's a new shiny thing in the toy box. It's not, it doesn't, wow. I haven't been doing any of my own stuff here. What's Tom got going on over there, Anton? Are you listening to that? Has he got everybody plumbed up? When Furs was talking about the Gex levels in the Bookmap, Tom jumped right in on top of him about with some alternate thoughts there. I didn't read them, so I don't know. But I just noticed something. Well, yeah, but you have to remember that, something else I remember. I was busy. But I did notice that. Here we are at my freaking ledge again. Not here. I guess you can set these profiles to plot off the right or left or center. I kind of like this ladder looking like this, but you can do like that. Or that. Or that. I don't know why. But I kind of do. Trying to turn that vertical line off. It must be on the state or something, because what he said to do was if you turn off the spot history over here, it turns off the entire chart. So not just that. Show Gex volume. What is that? Let's see what that is. Oh, that's the little dots. Wait a minute. What? Wow. So are we going to get up here and I'm going to get a short and make a lot of money? Yeah. Yeah, me either. Me too. Tout tambien. I don't even go back. Rod asked me something and I didn't even get back to him, which is kind of sucks. But we are just poking around here, dudes. Come on, get up here. Show everybody who's boss. Let's see what this deal up here. Let's look at Anton's open interest up here. See what we got up there. Or let me get up here and take a short and make $1 million and go have lunch. Or whatever it is. Something. A nap, whatever. Try to go over here. Who this guy is, but maybe it's not working right. I don't know. Why do I have two of them? Ooh, 35s. Liquidity 35s. I didn't read it. I will though. Hold on. I think I will. I don't know. This guy keeps posting all the stats, so I guess that's his new thing to do. Let's see. 10:30. Oh shit, we gotta get way back up here somewhere. I don't even remember when I sent that. It had to be before the open. So 9:56. 9:49. Come on, man. What's going on? Well, there's a lot of traffic in this in that thing. I had forgotten that. I mean, I'm still trying to get to the open, and I've been scrolling for a while. I was trying to find the thing first put and that I referred to, that I replied to or commented on, and then no such luck yet. Oh, Kiloton's killing it. He's got 2 times his daily goal met today so far, so he's doing good. Good for him. Greg is his name. Well, where are we? I think I'm getting close now. Okay. My Rithmic dropped out. Okay, first posted, well, here you go. There you are. This is what Furs had posted right here. And I put this down here and made this comment to Kiloton, who had said something, great guy. And then this was, the interesting thing about this is that the market may get to those levels or not. As day traders, this is not the material for rotational trading. Yeah. So that was it. Boop. That Greg guy at one time, he wanted to get in the Discord and talk about his over trading. He's he's got a nice career. You know, he's a respiratory therapist in a hospital in North Carolina or somewhere. But he was talking about over trading and what he could do about it. I said, well, just don't, you know. And he said, well, what do you mean over trading? He said, well, he was trading with Top Step, so combines, you know, renew them or whatever they call it. I've done it 22 times this month. Like, son of a bitch. And this is what I said. I said, Jesus, dude, you're spending thousands of dollars. He goes, yeah, my wife's really mad. Holy crap. He's a funny guy. I really hope he gets it right. His, you know, and he said he's 2 times his daily target so far this morning or whatever that was when I went by. 22 times in the month. And it wasn't the end of the month yet when we were talking about that. So here's the POC, migrated up. Let's all get long and go for greatness. I just don't think that's where it's at. I want to see us get up over this call, up to that Gex level and see what happens. If these are all short, oops, wrong window. We get up here and all these get short, then near as I know, it's short. Because we're in a positive regime, meaning that they're shorting the tops and long in the bottoms down here. They did tag out the liquidity that came into 35. By golly. Well, got the VPOC migration finally over here. I haven't reloaded the MNQ or the ES yet into Bookmap. I figured I'd just wait till this friggin' day gets over. Somebody seems to be defending that strike a lot, huh? The 40. Okay, here we go. Oh, run up there, boys. Come on. Where are you? Here we go. Everybody dance. Out the door they go. Out the door they go. Up to the 40s. Just at the 40s, and they can't seem to get any more oomph out of it than that. Oh, maybe. Is this going to be the push here? Maybe. So is this we're approaching the 50 gamma here, or the 50 delta, I guess. I got to figure out how he was calculating that. I don't know if it matters, but there's a gap high from the 19th over here, according to my scrap. And there's that big pile of liquidity laying at 45. Oh, here we go. Somebody's going to get up here and do something about it. They're taking it up towards the 44s. Just 2 more points. I wouldn't certainly short up here. I guess that was a VPOC migration trade that would have worked out pretty nice. Well, this is now not quite as close, almost as close as they've come. We're just about there. And got about a 1.5 points. My guess is they're going to go ripping through this all of a sudden to this 44 area. There's 45s. Well, that's just a guess, but that liquidity's been sitting there a while. Let's see, what levels? 743. Boom, okay. That call's not backing off. It's not shrinking or growing. It's just sitting there. Whatever that means. 1 minute is fluctuating between positive and negative. Yeah, it's 11:32. Also, it's always another one. Liquidity is jumping in there on my side at 43s. I think that's where you had your idea. No. Your thing was with the open interest was at 54. Oh, look at the big liquidity that I had not noticed at 49s, at 50. The biggest in the book. Been in there consistently since 9:30, or wait a minute, 9:50. So that's pretty amazing. We just put in a new high. Gonna come up here and poke our nose through that gex, or that major positive. Well, there's a liquidity at 45 and a heavy line up there of it's only about 300 contracts, but been in there for a long time. This one at 45 has been in there. 300 contracts have been in there since off and on since 10 after 12 or 10 after 10, but consistently since about 10 to 11. So 45, 50 minutes. Boy, and the puts have pretty much dried up if you want to look at it. I'll be flabbergasted if they don't take it up to the 45s at least. We are right on the max, the major positive. Be pretty amazed if we don't get up here to these highs. That would have been a lovely VPOC migration trade. Boy, I wish I could get those. It's so obvious, but I've never been successful with them. Maybe I just haven't taken a large enough data set or sample set. I don't know. I would assume we'll have where are all the stops that are supposed to be living up here? Isn't that what I heard? All those retail stops above the highs. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Thanks for, oh, there we go. There's the liquidity. Thanks for dropping by. Like and subscribe. That'd be an honor. Drop something in the chat. And yeah, good luck. This is my virtual trading journal, by the way, in case you're new here. I only trade live on Bookmap and do strategy testing and replay via IRT in the simulated environment of IRT. And the only trades I ever take are on the live stream, never anything off the stream. Well, we poked through that GEX level at 43, and now what are we going to do? Are we going to jump up to the next level there, or maybe Anton's 50s? Or are we going to just dump back down and I'd love to short it, but I'm spooked, to be honest with you. It seems pretty strong here. I don't know what the manual says you're supposed to do after it goes through the major positive. Maybe go to the bathroom. Maybe that's an idea. Okay, what happened while I was gone? Is everybody rich? Yeah, here we go to 50. Here we go to the 50s. Liquidity has been in there since quite a while. 10-ish, 9:30-ish. I have no idea what's above it, frankly. I haven't even looked. God damn. Oops, gosh darn, there's a huge one at 60. Look at that. 500 contracts at 60 that has been in the market since, Jesus, since Christ was a carpenter. That's been in the market for, holy smokes. I can't get there. That's been in the market since before yesterday's RTH session in the book. That 50. Wow. Or 60, I'm sorry. Oh, that's the one that Kiloton was complaining about who the clever jerk was with the 500 lot. Yeah, over on the thing there, Greg. Wow, that's I didn't see that before. This is GexBot, the tool that we're using here now, and IRT. For those of you who are new to the chat, maybe. Yeah, drop something in the chat. Where are you? How much money did you make? Your bank account details. we can hack your ass. No, just kidding. Yeah, just kidding. Okay. Wow, look at them go. Now I don't know what to think about this. What is, what's the consensus of thinking when this happens? I've heard a couple of points of view that if they can't get enough horsepower to short this and get it back down where they need it for delta, that they flip it up, that they'll go up to the next strike. I got to learn a lot more about this stuff. If anybody knows, let me know. 50s, and I'm pretty spooked about the 60 though. Look at that thing. And 60, where is that 60? That's not a big level on as far as this is concerned. Not a big open interest or delta. So is that just, the problem with that is it could just be a spoof, is, just as likely as not. But it seems like they're going to get 50 without a whole lot of issues. So there's your 50, Anton. The larger open interest is now actually at 55. So I don't. Maybe that's what you said earlier. I don't remember. That's the largest open interest here. And there is a relatively large amount of delta or of liquidity at 55. Now you watch the max positive flip, right? See how it does that? Bounces back and forth. I'm not sure. That has to do with right now this. Notice how these two, the calls are moving back and forth. That's what's creating this jump. The minute this strike gets a couple more contracts, and max jumps up there. It's pretty simple. Seems like. If this sounds kind of like a stupid narration, it probably is. I'm just trying to figure all this stuff out myself. And figure out how I'm going to get this short and just make $1 million. Make that stupid misfire. Yeah, there you are. I realized that after I said it. I looked at the open interest up here, which hasn't changed. Now I don't know what to think. Well, now the maximum has moved up. Major positive has moved up to 53s, 54s. Well, it says 54 over here, and it says 48.90 over here. I'm not exactly sure what to make of that. And 13 and 27. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. How can I do that? Huh. Interesting that the line over here says 48, now 46.2, and over here it's 53.97, so it's 54. I'm not sure what to think about that. I must not know how that's calculated. Oof. I guess. I guess it's calculated late, maybe, because you see the line down here. I'm gonna go 50, 27, 13. Still the same. Okay. This is a sneaky, cheat way to put the gamma, put the Gex values over on IRT, over on Bookmap. Does Gex A, not to interrupt your concentration here, but does it use the terminology like call wall and Gex flip and those things like that one I had started out with, as opposed to this type of terminology? Just curious, no need to answer if you're busy. I'm thinking about shorting just because I'm thinking about it. And the board probably and tired. That's probably not a good reason to be doing that. Still have the 55s up here above us too. And it's coming in at noon, for Christ, you know. Anything goes. How's the volume holding up? Where's my mouse go? There we are. Volume's dropped down, and so has the ATR quite a ways. Volume was up around $1.20 when we opened. We were at about 4. This is average true range points for 1 minute candle. Average volume looking back. Average volume looking back over 20 trading sessions at this time. I don't quite understand this thing right here. Why what I think is the max positive or major positive is 48.97, yet over here it says it's 53.97. Not sure how that works. Wow. One heck of a nice IB continuation trade. Pull back to the zero gamma, whatever that means. And also VPOC migration, a lot of different setups from different places converging around this thing going up, huh? Headed for your 55s, Anton. Wonder if I had to put these values over here. I'll be pushing these across. 53.28 and 29. No, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Isn't that? Oh, that's one thing. This is open interest. I'm looking at the wrong freaking thing. Boy, I am tired. There we go. That's exactly right. Boy, I'm looking at the wrong thing. My eyes are toast. Okay, so it's all aligned correctly. Wait a second here, hold on. Okay. Right. Yep. Very good. Oh, good for you. Yeah, the conversion level is, according to these guys, the conversion level today put out, which is apparently put out by the CBOE, I think, every day, is 13.97. Hi, Panda. Let's see. That's great. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not thinking about anything anymore. I want to learn how to interpret the data here, unless somebody, you or somebody that I have magic, or you or someone that I have confidence in says, "Oh, this works a lot better for this reason," then I obviously will have an open mind, but. It is like that one that somebody mentioned on, I saw some guy trading Gex on YouTube or something, and it was a whole different thing, and I did screen snap it, or at least watch the video so it'd be in the history, but I don't remember the name. It's like, okay. And I suppose there'll be a philanthropia of them just coming out of the woodwork as people making money on them. I'm sure it's got to do with me as opposed to something else, but I sure find this to be more intuitive and user-friendly than Mentor Q ever thought of being. And what they have is they have a real big marketing and advertising campaign, you know what I mean? And also they're all about the whole thing about it. I think if they didn't have the, oh, you want futures, well, that's $70 more if you want live futures. I think that whole thing right there put me off. And I just kind of went, okay, well, I'm going to move on from these guys. Thought that was pretty chicken shit. Or just pigeonhole them as to what their motivation really is. There we go. 55's incoming. I don't know how that double click works, but it seems to work okay. I was trying to get this over here and this. It won't work. Move the bars off the ladder so that it's over here where it's easier for me to see. I could also put, I'll also change the color on the bars on the ladder, make them a bit more muted. Here we go. Hi ho, here we go. I guess we're gonna go up and get the 60s too, maybe, yeah? The 60 strike is 64 here. It's running neck and neck with the 50 or 55. Oh, wait. No, that's the 60. Okay. I don't even know what this thing says. I haven't looked at this thing in a long time. Well, this thing has got a call wall. 49. Expected move. 67. They've got the zero ODT clear down here at 60 at 96.94. The Mentor Q thing. Well, I think we'll just do that right there. Sneaking in here on your 55s. Spot gamma, a lot of material on YouTube. Yeah, I have no idea. Furs said he had moved away from Spot Gamma to Mentor Q because it had way more information that he needed and it was confusing. And I think you're probably right. It's probably, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was dedicated to options trading. And it, you know, a big outfit with a CEO and is on CNBC and you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Well, all in Mentor Q, if you wanted to have live futures data and the basic thing would be essentially $200. If you want to have the state here at GexBot, it's $150, and this classic is $50. And obviously it's live, and you know. Uh-huh. Well, there you go. I gotta update it again. Now that it has moved up here and this call has definitely increased over this one, I can move this up to 55 on over here. I didn't look at the other one now. I hope it's right. 0 gex and whatever else. Boom. Boom. This ought to bop up here to 55 pretty quick, I hope. Boop. 50, 28, 54. Oh, it's 54. I made it 55 and 14. Well, that's close enough. Yeah, there we are. So there's the max, 0 and minimum, or major negative, major positive, and the 0. Well, that at least if I were actively doing some trading, I would be able to follow along here. I would not, I don't think that this is a place to be shorting anywhere. And I think that's the idea, but according to Freddie Sacramento, I think, what was his name? Somebody typed it in the Discord over there. Before you would put on a short at this level, you would want to see all these max change gex go red instead of just that one. I don't know how that would work because you're looking back 30 minutes over here. How the hell are you going to do that? You're going to wait for 30 minutes? I don't know. And is this the place to short at the 50? Damn it, did I miss the opportunity? Busy talking. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you 100%. And I'm trying to figure out if I should have shorted. I guess I should have shorted the 3s up here. I still kind of think we're going to get up to that 56, 55 area, but I think I'm pretty clever too. Okay, show me how the GexBot looks for NQ. Yeah, sure, Magic. Abso-freaking-lutely, my brother. Let's just do this right here and go right there. There you are. Bing, bang, boom. Now, I'm out there like Pluto when it comes to this thing because I haven't been trading it for a long time, but there you are. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, what I found that works best was trying to make this thing right. I just double click in the middle of the chart someplace, and at least it does that for you. So the 0 is 475s. The major positive is 600, and the major negative is 400. Obviously, you know that there are 29s in front of there. Hi, Panda, what are you doing? Oh, there we went. Popped up real quick to just under the 55. Huh? Damn, I'm busy over here. Meowing to the frickin' cat. Panda, don't be meowing. You know I can't resist your Wookie Panda stare. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm thinking I want to short this thing up here and follow along as it's supposed to be, but we've moved the major positive up twice. Yes, in a minute. Twice, being paged by the boss. And then we've got this huge liquidity up here at 60 that's been in the market for 2 days. What, baby? What do you want? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. Sure. Anytime, man. Any. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, I screwed up. You see, I didn't change from the spot to the futures. There's the future. Sorry about that. Oops. Donut boy over here. So 660. Ooh, the devil. And 466 and 576 on the levels. Sorry about that. I didn't think about. Yeah, sorry. Okay, let's go back over here and go to here and go to. Yeah, the calls are building quite a ways. This is all positive. Well, it was. And yeah, I would love to throw a short out there and then look like a rock star. But the problem is, I think that 60's got a. And it's after 12, right? So what do these crazy people do during the lunch hour? Yeah, big difference. It changes it by the conversion factor right down here. If you're looking at under the futures, you'll see this thing here, and this is the conversion that's posted by the SIBO or somebody. I think the value, but it can change through the day. They try to update it. What that one guy said is that they're doing some deal with an additional data where this will not be required, and it'll be actually the ES futures, the ES options, or the ES price, really the actual thing. I'd love to short it, but and we got another gap high up here. Phew. Wait a minute here. Because that video said is the most powerful one, I've been looking at delta when we come close to it and see if it supports or rejects. Okay. I didn't know about along at 1224, but okay, I must have missed that somewhere along the line. According to what I heard from that one Freddie guy, the zero line is essentially, he thinks about it like the POC and volume profile. And it is where the regime changes from positive to negative and all that stuff. They're going to get one more push up to those 60s. That 500 lot's been in there for 2 days. Right, okay. Oh, nice. If you got long down, but you're long in the NQs. Never mind. I'd had to, when everything crashed here this morning, I nuked these 2 extra MNQ and ES off of here. I guess I should add those back in. I'm just itching to go short and go get short and go have lunch. Go eat something. I'm about ready to blood sugar out here. Great. I'll use that to check it out. What is it? 24. Okay. Oh, that's a great, that correlate on the, I don't know about the NQ, but that's exactly the VPOC migration to Magic, which is a world famous TLab, and I don't know from where it came before that, but it's a famous setup. Deep Charts has Magic. Deep Charts, I saw him talking in the Gex bot Discord. The Deep Charts has its own Gex stuff. I noticed him talking about that, and I thought about you last night, and then I remember now. Yeah, if you look back at it, and if you tried your zero line go in the direction cross deal, you like look at this one, you know, what a pleasure. However, you would have been pretty disappointed right here because that would have been a short. Maybe the theory is when it crosses in the direction of the gamma of the regime, which is pretty flippin' obvious what that is today, I think. Yeah, anyway. Actually, I think I made a screen grab about that for you last night. Let's check. Uh, well, I don't know. Maybe I just read it and didn't screen grab it. Sorry about that. Oh, no, here we are. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no, they were talking. Trust me, they were talking about it, but that isn't it. Well, oh, now we've got two. We got 1 minute and the 5 minute now have gone negative. So now, do we short them? Can I throw on a short and go take a nap, please? Oh, you're absolutely right, Magic. Good call. Good catch. Yeah, I fall victim to that stupidness a bunch of times. Yes, you're absolutely right. Good man. Good man. None of them actually today. This one right here. But there's a down and an up. Here's another one that you could have caught a handful of points off of. This one right here, if you'd still be on it. Wow. Yeah. Good catch. Thanks. Well, man, I want to go short. Come on. But I have faith in Anton and his 60 level up there and whatever it was, whoever it was, 55s or whatever. No, we're at the 55 now. That's where the magic short thing is, or that's where the open interest was. These two keep going short over here. I'm really tempted to take a short up here and just go eat. The only thing, I would do that in the blink of an eye, frankly. But this 60 being up here for 2 days, 500 contracts, that has got me spooked. Absolutely. It doesn't show up anywhere over here as being important, and it could just be pure spooferama. But boy, they've been spoofing it for a long time. I think I'm sticking with big trades, Delta, and zero line when in play. Big trades. Not sure where to get big trades in Delta, but yeah. Okay. Yep, got it. Sure is. The minute I go sit down and have something to eat, this thing is going to either zoom up here to 60 or fall out of bed, which would even probably irritate me more because I would like to short this thing and then be on my merry way. Yeah, me too. That's why I take the time to push these basic levels over here to Bookmap, which is, as we all know, I only really use as an execution platform with the session prices and the volume stuff. By the way, I forget to say this through the day. If anybody in here in the stream is interested in these session prices, I publish them starting at 1700 on Sunday through 1600 the following Friday, free. And if you want them continuously, if you want them for free, just drop something in the chat and I'll hook you up with it's CSV file. It pushes down from Bookmap or from Google, and therefore it's really safe and all that stuff, I assume. And you can put it in Cloud Notes or these line indicators or your software of choice. I know Ned just uses a spreadsheet, I think, and uses them. I always forget to mention that through the day, but there you go. Like and subscribe and say something. Yeah, I think, keep it simple, stupid is my working mantra over here. The later in the day we get, the less, I suppose, accurate or reliable these signals, and of course, the more volatility, because most of this is based on 0 DTE, and that's expiring in 2 hours, 2.5 hours or so. It's 1,500. They're all gone. Well, I'd had 3 points on them right there. Doggone it. Doesn't it? Well, huh. Okay, thanks. I have to check that out. It's what I actually Googled how do you get the Discord link, and it said to do that, and that's what I got, and then I pasted it in there, so I'll have to check it out. I don't know. I do not know. Well, there's 5 points, so that's would have been fine, right? Now you got me wondering why that didn't work. Okay. Well, I'll have to figure that out. God damn it. Look at them go. Now they're going to come through the 50 and drop out of bed, I suppose. Damn it. They're all red and I didn't notice and I didn't take them. Damn it. I got to watch that. No, I'm irritated about missing that short. And about about the platform closing that trade up here this morning with price five handles away from it. So are we going to come down into this low volume zone and back up, or are we going to just blow through it back down to the POC? That we don't know, eh? Right now, if I were to enter this short, I'd feel like I was chasing it. As much as I need to have that trade, I don't want to do that. Monkey Boy's over here coming up with all kinds of great suggestions. I got to go get some fuel. I'm losing consciousness. Kind of amazing they would only tag into that liquidity one time. 25 handles, 25 contracts. They're going to go up there and hit him again. I'm going to step away here. I got to go get some fuel or I'm going to fall over. Trump's doing a bunch of talking here, so be careful. I don't know where that came from, but Trump participates in signing time. Okay. Whole bunch of Trump stuff going on now, so be careful. Well, we're sort of set up for a 12 to 1 statistic today. Yeah, it's already happened, actually. I mean, the 12 to 1 stat says, in case you don't know, it is if the market is out of balance, which it is, trending, and we put in a new high or low, or a new high or low level between 12 and 1 o'clock, but there's a very high probability that we'll exceed that level at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. And that, I shouldn't probably quote that because I don't know the statistic and I didn't do it myself. But that comes from the TLab. as the terminology goes, I was looking at the short right here, and I think I said it several times. But this 60 level that's been in the market for 2 days had me spooked. And I'm always curious how the price is going to react through these low volume zones. Oftentimes go the other way, but yeah. This was my mistake in not taking trade. Funny, it's amazing how even though you feel like your brain is real adaptive and all that stuff, is, don't diddle in the middle around the POC and don't call it tops, don't try to pick tops. Is those old things just stick in your brain or stick in mine. Great trade of magics right here in that area somewhere, long, and then just textbook Gex stuff right here, short. Damn, I'm my own worst enemy. Yeah, that's a great plenty. That's a good way to trade there, Magic Man. I agree with you. I hate the lunch hour. I always try to step away, but I felt the need to do something, and then I didn't. I don't know why I can't get my brain, process adjusted around the asymmetrical trade theory. I know very definitely I have hotkeys for it and everything else. I just don't know what is wrong, right here. Okay. So you get short, you put a stop asymmetrically a point or two above, and if it gets hit, it got hit. But if it didn't, well, guess what? Same thing. I don't know how to get my brain to rewired for that. I'm sure this is a stupid question, so I'll preface it with that. But how can these platforms be looking at absorption or big trades or any of that without it being MBO data? Because that's the only way you can split out what trades are, as I understand it. So I don't get it. I mean, I'm sure you're right. I just don't understand it. And of course, they would both need to be MBO data or order data, and only traded, not resting or liquidity, limits. And I think the only way they can figure out what market stuff is that actually trades the aggressor is with that data, I think. If not, that's pretty cool. Well, the only way you can split out executed orders is from the typical volume is MBO, as I understood it. So I don't know. Yeah, it's cool. Or maybe it's just like the tape then, I guess. Well, there we are, right back to the VPOC, and boy, did I miss that move out my butt. Here we're coming down to the to the zero wire pretty quick. 34, that's got to go up. Oop. What was I doing? I guess 13 and 53. Okay. Zero gamma's here at 33 again. Get ready for your cross the gamma trade there, Anton. Boy, I'll tell you, they did it exactly exactly by the book. I gotta say. Amazing. I'm pretty sure you don't, Magic. The free test drive that I have of ATS has absorption. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Never mind. I think it does, but and it's just free, so it wasn't anything to do with the heat map. But, you know, Anton knows a hell of a lot more about it than I do. Now you got me thinking about what was that thing? What happened to it? Where'd it go? Boom, there we are. This is the absorption, isn't it, Anton? These blue and gold guys, isn't that what that was? I was pretty sure. Yeah, absorption bar is true, right? That's right. This is what it looks like over there, Magic. And it's got obviously nothing to do with the heat map. This is delayed, so, you know. And I was playing around with how to make zones and blah, blah, blah. But these bars here, if I'm not mistaken, are, and this is much like if you're familiar with TradingView, they got the same idea here where you can, you know, close them and open them and do the settings and stuff over here. And that's absorption bars. I think that's what it looks like. Anton can certainly weigh in on that, but I'm pretty sure. This was just a free thing. This was not the trial for 14 days. So, you know, don't look at it for anything other than that. Well, here you go. Oops, can't do that. Ah, that's right. You can only use a couple of three different tickers on this freebie deal. Never mind. Save and close. Yep. I just showed you those bars. Did you not see them? Sorry, I just closed that thing off. I can open it back up again. And Anton should probably weigh in and say what I'm showing you the right thing or not, but hold on. It says the absorption bar, so I think that's what it is. Maybe not, but let's let it open up and we'll find out. Come on. Now it doesn't want to do anything. It probably wasn't through shutting down completely when I just tried to reopen it. Now here we are through the zero. Again. Come on, thing. Okay, initialize workspace. Here we go. Okay, where do I do the ticker now? Well, no, I didn't. 15 minutes. And close. I don't know now how to do this. I shouldn't have changed it from the right instrument, but it now it doesn't want to do anything. I don't know. Ridiculous. Connected, disconnect. I don't want to disconnect. Rhythmic. I can't do my normal thing here because if you have the simulated that you pay the 14-day trial rather than this free thing, you can connect your own data feed, like if you're using Rhythmic or CQG or whatever. I don't know how to make it work now. I don't know why it's not doing something over here. I tried to show you the NQ and it did this, and now it doesn't want to do anything. So, and I don't know how to, it's not like, well, it ought to be right there, but it doesn't want to do anything except this. I did that. This is a quote provider. It's connected. These are both connected and it's supposed to be correct. So I don't know. I guess I broke something. Sorry. I wanted to show you that it's a bar under or a bar over, like the horizontal is what I've seen. Well, I don't want to do any of that stuff. I don't know how to do it. That's one problem I have with this, is it's not particularly intuitive for me. Like, I think I should be able to just click right over here and change the thing to whatever should be working, and it doesn't want to do that. So it just keeps wanting to say this crap, and it is connected right here. Connected. So there you go. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want crypto, schmipto. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Shouldn't have tried it. It was, no, don't save. I don't care if you save it or not, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's the problem I had. It was not very intuitive for me, but I was never a big trading view kind of person. Oh, we fell through zero gamma now to the bottom side. Look at there. Well, did everybody short? And we just went through zero gamma. You guys all short now? Been talking about that all day. I can't turn anything off now. I turned off ATS is what I turned, or ATSA is what I turned off. Back through it again the other way now. But not over here, because here we're at 35 and over here it is at 34. That doesn't seem exactly right, does it? Seems like we're trading down here. I guess it's the same. It's kind of weird though. The price over here is not going over the top of the zero. And that's at 35. I guess it's at 36. Okay. This is obviously not keeping up with that. I didn't think about this at the time, but now that I'm looking back at it, this is one of Rod's high probability when the VPOC migrates outside the IB high or low by minimum 5 points, I think is what he used to say. That's a real positive move, and that, you know, good setup, and it obviously was pretty snazzy today. I didn't think about that over here at the time. Well, we came through that level. Who went short? Now, according to, well, that's the problem. According to me, which is not a good idea, because it's not updating over here. And I'm not going to try to mess with it. Just, that's a problem. Here's what we really have. Oh, there you go. Good for you, man. Yeah, we are. We sure are. I would say that would now looking at this from before, rather than the short crossing the line, if they cross the line going back up, that would be more intuitive for a long, based on the positive gamma regime. However, got to be real careful to remember it's huge, gamma and theta are going crazy now, and increasingly so because of the zero DTEs. You said that link didn't work in the dis. I'll check it out and see why not or what, Magic. I thought I did it right, but oops. I think I typed it rather than copy and paste, so I might have made a mistake. It's really irritating that stupid Atlas won't do that. I find that kind of weird, actually. I'll have to I will have to look into that. Okay, to display data, I don't want to do that, and I don't want Bitcoin, and I don't want a 5-minute that chart. Let's start over. Let's do this chart. Yes. Huh. That's pretty weird because it says NQ works. That's what I thought. That's pretty weird. How in the hell do you change a symbol? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't want to disconnect. I am connected. Well, it won't do anything. That sucks. Major sucks. Major bummer. That really sucks. Well, I did that, and now you don't want to do that, so I don't know what to do. Well, that's pretty weird. Hey, Anton. I've switched. I opened up Atas to show what that. I thought the absorption indicator looked like the Magic, who's now got his own, so it doesn't matter. And he wanted to see what it was on NQ, so I reached over here and popped it on to NQ, and this happened, and it won't change its mind. Now, when I look at the instruments, so I just opened this other chart, and I go up here and look at the instruments, and it's no problem. There's NQ and there's CL, and but now it's, and the one chart that I had done some work with and played with those different things, it won't do anything with this. They're connected, everything's fine, auto connect, yada yada yada. Nothing. Just keep going back and forth, and I can't put a new instrument up here or do anything else. So that's all. No big deal. Moving on. Moving on. But Magic's already got it, so good for him. What the heck? Here? 1/12/29. Right here. Well, it seems to be doing what it's supposed to do, and if you took that short like you were, if you took your short like you were meant to, we've been talking about, you're a pretty happy guy. Son of a gun. Over here, that would have been right here. That short would have been right there. And another 10 points. God damn, look at, I mean, gosh darn, look at, yeah, I mean, it makes me sick, you know. Excuse me. Sorry, hold on. Couldn't get to the mute button quick enough. Sorry about that. I killed it. I'll have to, I'll start it back up another time or mess with it or something. Damn. Damn, Sam. Heading for the other one now. Holy smokes. I hope somebody's on these. Instead of standing at like, you know, me like a bump on a log. Truly amazing. Let's see. Joey Boomer saying, yeah, I'm not sure why that Discord link didn't work, but I'll make sure that that does after the close. Or at least I'll do it, try it again. Do you have the 15-minute delayed thing or the one where you paid for and you got 7 days trial? The one I had is the freebie because it watch the instruments like we just discovered. If it's the freebie thing, I think the one where you pay for it is like the full-fledged go get 'em real-time program. I think that's probably the better way to go. Well, I didn't, but probably. Oh, man. Well, there's 227 absorbed, or stops, I mean, on the top. The absorption over here, as you know, is just looks like the sweeps or these stops on Bookmap. Well, if they're going to make the 12-to-1 stat come to pass, they better hurry. I just ran out of gas. Are you talking to me? Or no, you're not. Magic, you're not talking to me, right? No. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. It is interesting. I didn't. And Anton obviously knows how to zoom around on ATAS, like probably more like I feel at home with IRT. And I just struggle, obviously. You just saw that. Can't even change the freaking symbol or, instrument back. And the instrument I selected is supposed to be included in that package. It shows it on the thing, so I guess I did it wrong or something. And I think it's probably it's certainly more intuitive than like IRT, and I'm sure that it's multi-threading, and you're not gonna, the lags and all that ridiculousness is not gonna be there. Be my guess. One thing I noticed that was pretty cool, if you have the candles on there and then you spread out the chart with the mouse wheel, they turn into footprint. It's kind of cute. I thought pretty interesting. Maybe it was a specific kind of candle, I don't know. Oh. Well, here we have the ABC, huh? And we have higher lows and higher highs, and who the hell knows? I'm pretty thoroughly disgusted, actually. And that short off the top was great. And And I don't think any of the three of us took it. That's maybe. I hope you guys did. I just stood here talking about it. Being tired. It irritates me that that thing did that. I don't know what that is, but that's not a very good thing. Now, how in the hell? That is pretty weird. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Oh, does Atlas, do they charge for the indicator that uses GexBot? Oh. This does frustrate me now. The more I look at it, the more irritated I become. I could delete the damn chart, but that's irritating. That's the one I had all the stuff done on. I thought. I guess it doesn't matter. Delete it and call it square. Huh. How do you delete a chart? That's the next thing. The little X, I bet. Okay, close. There we go. Now I should be able to get these indicators down here. Oh, that's irritating there, boy. That's a lot. That's a bad deal. Yeah, that sucks. Bummer. Oh well. Here we come back over them again with the 1, 2, 3. Now, according to conventional wisdom, you should go long if you're a more ABCer because you've exceeded the high here and the low over here and bloop. So what am I doing? Ah. Hmm. It annoys me I can't get that thing working. I'm going to try it again. Find that maybe it's a bug. I don't know. Doesn't seem very user friendly if it is. Absorption. Let's just see what I see about that. Try a new chart. Now you guys piqued my interest here with all this there we go. Absorption. And what are we saying up here about the? $9,301 stacked last bar, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what I had on the other chart. Exactly. I don't know why this other chart screwed up still, but it's still doing that, so I give up. Anyway, here's a new one. Oops, here's a new one, I mean. These are what you got, right? It's pretty cool. A lot of levels there. And this is still the delayed thing, of course. Remember that it's delayed 15 minutes. Magic. Let's see if I see the same thing with 34. Yeah. 31. Look at the top. Look at the top combo with Geckbox. Let's see what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, I know you can do. Are you talking about the indicators? Look at the top. Okay. If you're talking over here, I don't see it. I don't see anything about Geckbox over here anywhere, but okay. Gexbot, I mean. I know that they advertise on Geckbox, the first integration is with Atos. Are you talking about up here? Yeah, I got you now. Yeah, of course. And if you want to also be old school, that's a 3-bar reversal, about as perfect as you can get. But, yeah. Yeah, I thought this was interesting when I was playing with it before I broke the chart, that I had all my nice little sessions and all that other crap going on, but and the market value volume profiles and everything. But yeah, here and here and here, yep. And then these are all absorption on the way up here, I guess. So that's what that buy and tail's all about. Here, and a little guy right down here at 26. Oh, there we go to the footprint. See that? There you go. 26 right there. Yeah, cool. Well, that's irritating. I don't know why that... I don't know. I think it's bizarre that you can't just change the instrument. Oh, look who's up. It's the Leisure Princess. I would think you could just click that and change the instrument, but apparently that's... This doesn't want to do that. And they're connected, and it's supposed to be fine, and that's exactly what's going on over here, so, yeah. I don't know. Anyway. And if I go like I did, and select... What I think I did wrong was I selected this one rather than this one, which, okay, so I screwed up. I can't imagine why it can't get its shit together enough to figure out that it needs to do something else. Anyway, yeah, there's I don't know what to think about those absorptions, and there's a different thing on Bookmap, and I don't look at IRT anymore because it's just way too goofy all the time. Flags and all this other crap. Okay. Well, that is pretty darn disappointing there, I'll tell you. We're zooming into the power hour here. So what do we got? 32s, 42s, and 12. Yeah, you bet, baby. Well, the world famous power hour here. I better make about 6 trades and get rid of this 72 tick loss over here. I could have, of course, made that 10 times over if I'd have just shut up and clicked the mouse. Well, it's interesting anyway. No, not at all. My IRT is less money than Atas. I have all the shit that's $125 or something. It was less than Atas, I remember. And it doesn't do what I need to do. It, show me how to create session prices and export them, and I'll be happy to switch. Because believe me, I'm sick and damn tired. And also, it does all of the back system creation, strategy and back testing, which I don't see on any of those other ones, Atas or any of the others. So those are the two things that hang me up. The session price is probably being the most, and then next of all would be the strategy, back test, forward test, all that stuff. But there's got to be something better. I'm so sick of the lags, and I enter a trade in Bookmap and IRT crashes, and it's like I'm driving a 56 Ford pickup, and you got to get out and hit the starter solenoid with a screwdriver and whatever else. Irritating. but nobody else does what it does that I found. So that's a problem. It would seem like a pretty simple thing to do, but I don't think anybody's focused on it. In the old days, that they were, you know, in IRT they were, because Murad Askar and all those people used it exclusively, and they were sharing their levels. You know, his flex levels. You've heard him talk about that. That all came from IRT. I think I first got it. I know I did. I first got it when I was learning about market profile with Jim. And in those days, it was such a niche little outfit that Chad Payne, who was the developer of IRT, would come into the room, you know, the chat room, and he could do it voice and answer questions or how to set something up or whatever else. Pretty cool. That was a long time ago. And we are in the power hour. Oh, I'm so excited. I feel the power. Do you feel the power? Feel the power, baby. And Atos doesn't. Oh wait, I might be wrong. No, they do. Never mind. I was going to say they don't use Rithmic. I'm not doing something where I got to have 3 different data sources either. But I would love to do something. I don't know. I would love to. Maybe Eddie. What I would love most of all is if Eddie or somebody came back. Oh, you need to fix this and this and this, and then the thing would work like it used to, which was fantastic. Responsive, fast. The gold standard as far as, you know, data and levels and stuff compared to all the other people ones around. But now it's just old and slow, I guess, like me. And moreover than all the, you know, other people in static and TLab or whatever that use my session prices. I do. I mean, that's the first thing I'm looking at always over here in Bookmap. I mean, that's why that column is right here by the bids and asks. Excuse me. And then the, you know, high and low volume nodes, and I use it for the statistics. Nobody's got that. Screwed, I guess. I'm sure any of those other programs could do the same stuff, but the developers aren't, you know, they're not interested in doing that, in that functionality. I'm sure it's not anything, you know, it's not rocket science, as they say. That's what I was saying earlier. I haven't even gotten remotely close to that. That's what I was referring to. I would have no idea how to. The only way that I would know to do those things would be to get. I think GeekSpot does upload or makes available the data. You know, and then you'd have to do a Python thing to backtest it. Otherwise, no backtesting of well, you could probably do absorption with IRT, but Gex levels and stuff, no way. No way. That I know. I mean, that data's not in there. So how are you going to do it? Impossible. Or somebody a lot more clever than I am that knows how to. You can import data tables and stuff, but no. Not a pinata. I only started thinking about this Gex stuff this week, right? I mean, watching these levels and getting this GeekSpot thing, and a couple weeks ago we started watching that other stuff. So, you know, that goofy little indicator I found free on for TradingView. Well, there you. I guess if you wanted to do a now that you could probably do if you had a Gex program indicator for TradingView that was accurate. You could use that Pine script to build like I did those trading things, you know, based on the IB levels or whatever. You could do that with the zero thing, I suppose, and then I guess the way you backtest that's meaningful on TradingView is you go back like 3 years or something like that, and then run it forward at 1,000,000 speed, you know, and then you look at the dashboard at the bottom. That's what somebody told me. Of course, there's always the old-fashioned way of just manually taking the trades and keeping a journal. And since I already have all the math and everything, I don't think we've looked at this stuff in a long time, but been a while since I opened that, huh? Oh, what if? Okay, since I already have all these, the math done and all these tables, each one of these is a back test, right? Each one of these lines is a back test, 463 days, 762 trades. All of the math is there for these columns for, you know, win rate, loss rate, break even rate, exception. expectancies, R factors, and on and on and on, Sharp ratio, maximum FAE, MAE, all that stuff. I have all of that done. And I don't know why this is, well, anyway. So all I need to do, and I use the, have the various strategies and the instruments and stuff in drop downs, lookup tables. I can just go through here and manually do the entry of any trade with this criteria, enter this criteria and add it if I needed to. And then it will give me all of the stats. But, that's about as handy as 3 left feet. That's why backtesting it is so much better with a computer, because I get those, it takes 30 seconds or less to backtest a strategy. Well, here you go. This strategy right here. Set up the back test. Oh, there, it took a trade right there. Look at there. Set up the back test. Here's 500 days. 500 days, MES, Globex full session. I don't think I want the Globex full session. I think I want the RTH, which is 2. You can make your P&L plot, and what else are we gonna do? Okay, and watch this. There you go. Now, I didn't get anywhere, but it took the computer 4 seconds to evaluate every one of these rules every 1 minute for 499 days, totaling 223,978 bars. So, and it develops real in-depth plotting, metrics, and also, maybe I was right. Maybe it was Globex. I think that might have been it. Maybe, and also, let's see if this works. It also makes a report of every trade. There you go. So that's what this would take. There's the profit. So many wins, so many losses. MFE, MAE. This one over here gives you the winners, losers, average winner, max winner, average winner. Same thing for losers. The win-loss ratio, consecutive winners, consecutive losers. You can put all this stuff in that plot, in that sheet, and bang, boom, bing. And then if that's not enough for you, come on. This one, come on. This one here, come on. Here we go. This is every one of 600 trades. The date, the time, the entry signal, the exit signals, how many contracts, the price, the instrument, and the outcome. Every one of them. Pretty hard to beat. So that's the only way I could expeditiously figure out to try to vet these trades and come up with the expectations and stuff, because if you try to do it by yourself, or if you try to do it by scrolling back, looking at charts with your human eyes, forget it. And remember that when this happens, when the computer does the back test, it's absolutely non-discretionary completely. So that's also important. I don't know how the hell you would do it with the GEX and stuff. That would be great, but I have no idea. And so I just want to try to get my couple of little trades a day, and right off into the sunset. Well, that's because it's because it's going right in. They're closing it out, right? These are 0 days. Yeah, I think you're right. And the thing about you guys, deep pockets, big spenders, you know, it's $150 a month, and you get classic. The only difference is up here at the top of the screen, it says classic and state. You can do whichever one you want. And as far as I know, there's no uplift like, you know, Mentor Q, or you want live futures, that's an extra $70 a month. None of that crap. Oh, yeah. Well, there's 2 trades, right? Oh, wait a minute. Actually, there's only been one really here. Actually, to the level, because none of this was even remotely close to the major negative. Here's your zero. Now, if you look at this, here's your crossing over the zero line, taking the trade. You'd be long from 12. You could have been long from 12 up to 50. I mean, and here's another one where you could have gotten short crossing under. So you got to stay off them from here on in, as near as I can tell. Stay off of this thing. Boy, the whole day without a break. Starting at 6, I'm on like 9 hours of standing here or something. Oops. Settle down, Mr. Mouse. Settle down, Mr. Mousy boy. I think I'll change these colors so they're a little more muted and the candles jump out a little better, I think. I'm pretty sure I'm going to stick with this. And I want to be sure and remember and cancel mentor Q. I shouldn't say that no program will do the levels. I'm just standing here thinking about that. Sierra Charts does, no problem. And exports them and all that. So maybe that would be, and I suppose you can backtest with Sierra Chart maybe. I actually have this, and it's much cheaper than IRT. It's like $50 or something. A lot of the guys are switching to that. I know Furs did it, I think Rod is, and Henry, and probably Morganson, I suppose. And others I don't know. I'm not sure what I gain with state. Well, my problem with it is I don't know enough about the subject to know either, you know. It's got a lot of shiny stuff, that's for sure. But like you were just talking about the skew, that's not available on the classic thing. And there's different, you can decide whether you want gamma or delta or another. There's something else that you can click the little buttons over here on the side and change how the GEX does. And then also there's a thing which just plots levels that you want above and below. Somebody was pointing out. I don't know anything about it either. I'm going to start here and see what happens. And if I can I'm still going, you know, next month. And then I might look at something else. But at the moment, this seems to be, if I'd have just taken these levels that we've talked about today, like I was supposed to, I would have made up for that mess with the magic box this morning and the computer going goofy or whatever happened. And yeah, be just fine. I know myself personally, I tend to always function from a probability, you know, from the point of I want to give myself the best tools and opportunities that I can. Well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that because it's the most expensive, it's the best tools. For example, it might have a whole bunch of functionality that I have no freaking clue how to use, and it to do with options trading, which I'm not doing. So, yeah, I hear you completely. Completely. Never mind order flow and the other one, you know, whatever that quant or whatever they call it. Now, there's a research thing which you get even with this subscription. And maybe that's got a backtesting whole side of life in it. I don't know. I haven't even started looking there yet. Which would just suit me right down to the ground. That'd be like way cool. You know? That would be huge. Huge. Okay, here we go. The bottom of the hour. We're going to make the clubhouse turn here pretty quick. Everybody's rich except poor old Boomer. I can't wait to send an email to Lucid and see what kind of laughing response I get back from those guys. Never know. I did get some email from them the other day that said if you had any trades on such and such a day, they'd been adjusted or whatever. So maybe they do that. I mean, doesn't cost. What would it cost them? Nothing. So who knows? I hope so, because that would be pretty nice. And it's not like I just did something stupid, I don't think. The problem is now, after the computer got all funky, I cannot even show those trades. Thank God I made a copy at the moment, because the trades, you know, the multi-bracket graphing and plotting didn't exist now. And one question that I do have in my mind about that I have to remember. I saw there's been a couple updates to multi-brackets because they were having an issue or something. So I'm wondering if, you know, Bookmap, of course, being in Europe or Israel or wherever they're from. They're from Israel, but I think they moved to Cyprus when things got weird. They're never going to do anything. It will be up to Lucid. Thank God it wasn't, you know, thank God it's not my AMP account. Yep, right smack. Excuse me, right smack frickin' dab on top of that zero, eh? Boy, they got him nailed to the cross right there. And smack dab in the middle. Not funny, but it is kind of. You called that right out, Anton. That was kind of a dud NVIDIA number, wasn't it? And then I had a certain twinge of FOMO when I looked at the Globex thing. I had thought about maybe trying to trade it, but I try to refrain from doing those things because I feel like that's a FOMO for me. Like if I decided I wanted to trade something in Globex tonight, I would be sure I was trying to revenge trade or FOMO to get the money back of the loss from today. So I try to stay away from that. But when I saw it pop way up, and then when I woke up this morning, it had come all the way back down again across the whole RTH session. So that was a strange reaction, I thought. Ooh, do you have a backup or something? Wow. I don't know whether I told you guys or not, but I did replace the batteries in my UPS stuff. Of course, that's not going to have anything to do with something out on the pole. You know, if the amplifiers for the fiber optic and stuff go down with that power, well, all the little battery backups I got in here, you know, times 10 are never going to do any good. But yeah, I did switch those out and then confirm that's what it was, and that it was an easy thing for me to change out. So I have a similar UPS for Bangtam, and I bought her set of batteries the other day. Switch hers out this weekend, I suppose. Wow, 4 times. That's a lot. That's tough on your appliances and stuff. Okay, there we go. 31. Yay, team. Daily recap. Well, I got screwed, blued, and tattooed first thing out of the box this morning. Other than that, look at that. Now this is pretty interesting, I think. I'm on the right window. Yep. Okay. First of all, Blue Boy. Just a vertical line that I put on the first print of each session. And then I can glance left if I see that guy, and I know this is the inside market. There's no possible way I cannot understand what the context is. But just give a look here for a second at all the volume and absorption and delta and all the crap that happened and all these absorptions here. That's what all that stuff is. Right up to here. And then boop, nothing. Isn't that weird? I mean, the market's moving. This line, by the way, is just the last price. That's basically the last. It's not the bid or the offer. It's the last price or the transacted price. So that's exactly what it is. But it's just funny how it goes right up to here with just a flurry of this volume and absorption and everything till there, and bang. Yeah, sure. There's one or two little balls along the way there, but crazy, huh? And it's also important to remember that here's the open. And so we're not too far off it. Now, 15 handles, I guess, or more. And it's basically a trend day, or definitely an out of balance day. We know what the Gex did. And as Anton pointed out, they're going to slam them right into the wall over here. IRT. See if we can see them both here. I don't know. Okay, so yesterday's RTH session, today's RT session. Value is outside, above, not overlapping. NQ similar. Market profile. And the micro composite over here, which is the higher time frame. Each one of these is a day, the RTH trading session. So here's today, yesterday, and so forth. Seemed like a lot more activity than what this candle looks to represent to me. You know, wicks above, wicks below, and kind of a narrow body. So we'll see where we are. See what the Globex does and how they open them. Light volume. We typically trade about 1.3 million on the MES. So that's a bit light. I don't know what we're doing exactly, but let's look. We've maintained over 100% volume looking back over 20 days, but that's been real light. You know, sometimes this has been 36%. So, you know, it's relative, isn't it? That's how that works. The important stuff now, I think, is to look at what we got coming up tomorrow. So, investing.com. Economic calendar tomorrow. Friday, 28, Jackson Hole Symposium. I'm so impressed. Jealous. Spent a lot of time in Jackson Hole. I like it. Did a lot of skiing over there. We got the Michigan numbers tomorrow. Payroll benchmarks. And some talking feds. This is investing.com. You can filter it for wherever you are. It's free, so, you know, everybody can access the same resources. If you notice that the event titles changed to a URL, so if you hover over it, you can click that bad boy and find out everything there is to know about Jackson Hole or any of these others, Michigan numbers, etc. Now, we're in earnings season. We had NVIDIA yesterday, which was the final of the Mag 7, and I think we're going to just kind of peter out now. Nothing tomorrow to speak of. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, also free. Also, you filter for whatever you like. They have a calendar feature, and they have a squawk box, which is probably more what I look at than anything else. Kind of a real-time exchange. There was a whole bunch of Trump stuff going on in the middle of the day down here, and what is this? Firms return to June deal with Iran. So crude, goes to the moon, and of course somebody invested in that. Bunch of things he's going to do to everybody and kill Canada and all this crap. And over here is where we're going to have the market on close imbalance at 1450 every day, every trading day. I heard a funny, or didn't hear, but I read a funny, they came out with this big re-attack on Canada for tariffs and all this kind of stuff, and Trump announced that he's gonna tariff all products on the Great Lakes with 50% or something like that. Well, there was one little fly in the ointment that apparently he didn't realize, and they didn't realize. There are 15 locks on the Great Lakes to get out of, our industrial areas to the open ocean for delivery. 13 of them are owned and operated by Canada. So, oopsie. Kind of like the Straits of Hormuz. Let's go bomb the hell out of Iran and start a war. And oh, wait a minute. We didn't think about that. It is really weird. So let's see what we get in. I'm just looking through some of these things. I don't think it really matters what anybody says, because it's, you never know what's the truth or not. Yeah. We'll see about any of this stuff. Well, they supposedly are mandated not to be able to do that, but I don't know. Squeeze the theta. That sounds like fun. And something I want to get into here at some point before too very damn long. This thing. This is the options curve, 25 and 50 deltas, are where the maximum profit potential can be even as price goes up. So like right over here, the gamma profile. At the 50 delta is the maximum profit you can get out of this option, even as price continues to go up because of gamma and theta. So what I don't understand, and maybe you guys do, I hope, how do you know that? How do you determine what the 50, 25, and 50 I guess this is how you do it. The delta progression strikes. You look at the 50% and the 25%, and then pick it off the strike price below. Then you have those strike prices over here, and that's where the curve, the gamma curve, would sit, with 50 being the max. I mean, this is just something I grabbed off of one of Freddie's videos to be able to see it and refer back to it. So I want to get to the bottom of this, because if this is true, and because you're going to know that in advance, because you know the curve already. You know, the delta. I don't know. Does this make sense to you guys? Take care, Anton and Magic. Have a good one. Or Magic, I mean. Get after that Atos, man. Report back in the morning with all kinds of great ideas. If this is true, and then you're going to know this in advance. Especially that one. If you knew that number and that strike and that price, wow. I don't know. Does that, if you know about that stuff, I'd be happy to hear about it. And 8 more minutes until the world famous market on close imbalance. And the old guy is gonna run for the showers and get some stuff in my eyes so I'm able to focus again. Yeah, well, so have a great, thanks for stopping by the stream. Have a great like, subscribe, of course, would be an honor and a big help. And contribute to the chat, and I hope it's meaningful, or useful. And some suggestions. It ought to be pretty obvious that those of us who do chat in here are, it's an even deal, it's not, certainly not. It's just my way, and not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing, and I show that with complete transparency and accountability. And the idea is that it will spark some sort of conversation, as it does all day, every day, with Anton and Magic and whoever, primarily. And we come up with ideas and move ahead, right? Just like investigating these GEX things and figuring out that this is probably a good one. And that's a big help as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to have this be a positive number over here, though. That's kind of disappointing. So I can't wait to send this to where'd it go? That's not it. And if I didn't get that captured, I'm going to be really upset. Ah, here we go. Yeah, there we are. I mean, there's the entry. Target, stop. Here's price. Stops executed. How? Impossible. Completely impossible. Yeah, really. Yeah. Trump functions on that. I can't understand this. I cut it off twice. It's still too short. Yeah, exactly. 5 minutes. I'm counting. Well, maybe I'll throw on a couple of minis for the closing swing trade and get all that money back. I did think about trading that call last night, and then I walked through here and took a look at it and thought, oh man, I should have done that. Went zooming right up on the open. Of course, when I came back through in the morning, it had come down more than it had gone up, but just enough to make you, your FOMO fire up and Monkey Boy go, I told you, I told you, I told you. Yeah. Yeah. He probably doesn't have any idea about what cut means or measure, either one. I bet that guy I'll bet he's never done so much as an hour's work in his life with his hands, you know what I mean? Closest he's ever come to manual labor, I suppose, is golf. I guess. I don't know, but I don't think so from what I've heard. And, the history of the family and the dad and all that. He's been running around in a suit, being a big shot his whole life. His whole life. Well, we ought to be about, now we're not quite close, I was going to say, but we're not quite there. We got about 2 minutes until the market on closing balance, and I can't imagine that's going to have any big meaningful impact on anything. But we'll watch. Yeah, have a good one. Pretty disappointing, I'll tell you. Disappointing day. I hope they come right with correcting it. Thirty seconds. There we go. And this little bit of absorption right over here, or this little sweep, is what we're getting for market on closing balance. So let's see what they show us. Well, they're sell side across the board except the Dow. Not any big numbers, but still sell side. 557 million on the S&P, 743 million on the Nasdaq, and 244 million on the Mag 7. That's the imbalance, remember. That's not the total. It could be 10 billion, but there are more sell side than there are buy side orders. Always amazes me, especially when it's like 8 or 9 billion. It's like, geez, the size of this market is pretty incredible. Okay, and we've got about 7.5 minutes till the closing curtain here. They're just winding them out. Absolutely stay away from GEX after, I think after 2 o'clock, because that's only an hour left. So Theta has got to just be, and Charm and all those ones, Greeks have got to just be going rampant. So, all right. Another day in the can almost. I'm down on 72 ticks. The 3-lot, the magic box, and the computer just, the data, something happened. Something happened that I don't know about. Hopefully we'll get that straightened out. And remember that life balance is really important. So, when this bell goes off here at the top of the hour, get away from the screens and rest your eyes and make sure that you're well rested and hydrated and not on tilt when you come into the desk in the morning. Do some exercise, get as fit as you can, and stay that way. And thanks a lot for coming by. Remember that this is every trading day from 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. This is my virtual trading journal. I have a firm commitment and have never taken any trades on these off of the live stream, and all trades are live in real time. Of course, if you look at the recording of the stream tomorrow, it's going to be a recording, but you get the point. They're all executed live in real time. And you can verify that down here. And you notice that I stream the entire monitor so you can see the system clock and date. Tie it back to Bookmap. There you go. I mean, it's my virtual trading journal, so who would I be trying to kid? Me? That doesn't make any sense. And the way this journal works is the two main monitors here, my trading screens, capture all the video, and then my voice narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. And so, perfect, detailed, permanent, transparent, accountable journal and record. Okay, 5 more big ones. I'm ready to take my own advice, eat my own dog food, rest my eyes, take a shower, all that stuff. Again, if you're interested in if the session prices would be helpful, I publish them from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 Friday, and they're free. Just subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the link. It is comes down as a CSV from Google. That way it's all, clean and no virus worries or anything. And you can drop it in your Cloud Note column or your line indicators or any software of choice, including nothing more complicated than an Excel sheet, and just their levels, prices and everything, and they update continually throughout the 24/7 until from Sunday night until from Friday afternoon. So there you go. Got to get this Gex thing figured out. I think it's a pretty interesting deal. I've got to get my own demons sorted out in that. Here's a perfect example. This, by the way, is Bookmap. I guess you probably know that. And this is the last price for the closing. There's not a bid. There's a bid and an ask. Last. This is the price that's transacted, and off they went. Well, at one point, the major positive was up here. And when we came up to that and tagged this, why I didn't do what I know I should do, which is short, and it's called an asymmetrical trade. You put, one tick above. If it hits it, you're wrong. What does it cost you? 1 point. That's, 4 ticks, not 72. Well, it would be 12 because this was a 3 lot, but you know what I mean. And that's real important to do. Here's another one. And with GexBot, with the Gex levels, it can be very, here's a real good example this afternoon. We came right up here to the 0 to the max major positive, and that is the sign, or the typical methodology is to short that, just as you would go long down here. Now, when this was up here, this green line, this maximum positive or major positive was up here, right? Because this green line is the developing history of this dotted one. Got to be careful about that, because you go, I think look here, I got the, no, you didn't get the Gex here. You didn't get this major negative because that was down here, not up here. It's up here now, but it wasn't up here then. So that's important to understand. But, there's the short. How many points is that? Here's a long. How many points is that? There you go. Only need a couple points. Here's some math for you, some real simple math. If you take 100, if you got a 5, if you are doing the prop thing, the evaluation, you have 5 evaluation counts, you copy trade. You take $100 a day through the copy of 5. That's that's $10,000 a month. So, it can be meaningful money and income for you with very little, risk exposure, and that's where I'm headed. I mean, that is the reason for my trading business is to have a consistently profitable, sustainable business, not a gambling or I'm going to do $10 million a minute and all that crap, I got a 95% win rate. Okay, there we are. There's the closing swing trade. That is 1501. And not much of a closing swing trade here, but they just crammed it right in there. Right into the major positive. Look at that. Boom. Smacked right into it. And here it is over here on my IRT. All right, so have yourself a great night. 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. Be there or be square. And if I ever do Asia Orb or any of those kind of things, because of my commitment to only trade live on the stream, I schedule a stream for those periods of time. So anytime I'm trading live, I am streaming. You can click the little bell thing and you know about that. Thanks a lot for coming by. Again, please, would be an honor if you'd like and subscribe. Share with a friend. Tell somebody that there's X going on and whatever else. And contribute.